theory, was in the seriously establishment press of the second trimester of the 20th century. Having begun as a journalist with the Daily Mail. In later years, he shared his fascination for this material with Gabriel Toyne, his son-in-law, but he began the journey by questioning their anomalies, because of extreme events at the time. He was a natural master of what is called, in art, one the great year. The basis of royal archmasonry refers to the precession of the equinoxes, whereby the constellations appear to rotate around the Earth because of the wobbling phenomenon caused by forces exerted by the Sun on the bulges at the equator. The effect is like that of a spinning top which wobbles as it loses momentum. The sky is divided into 12 constellations. 12 x 30 degrees x 72 years gives a great year cycle of 25,920 years. Comans-Beaumont emphasizes the many cyclical cosmic influences, greater and lesser, whose trickle-down effects impact upon the Earth, often in catastrophic ways. Down days, joined up thinking, but what was in fact the combination of the visionary who saw a bigger picture and a journalist who wanted to get to the bottom of it. As a linguist trained to seek out the underlying structures beneath surface representations, later obliged by circumstances to become a student of the esoteric, I was obviously hooked. Edinburgh researcher Andrew Hennessy inspired my hunt. The work of Dr. Benny Picer II and Professor Mike Bailey III encouraged it, and the enthusiastic assistance of Christopher Toyne miraculously guided it to a successful conclusion in 2015. The in-between parts are for another book. Comans-Beaumont's studies of earthquakes, flooding, and other extreme weather events and their relation to the passage of near-Earth objects led him to construct the theory of meteorism, for which, officially rejected and subsequently publicly ignored, has long been taken quite seriously by former astronaut Ed Lu at the B612 Foundation 5 and by NASA itself. Having observed a connection, he delved deeper, and illustrated the action of the now over-familiar law of attraction as it occurs in nature, in a symbiotic relationship between cometary bodies and volcanic activity on the Earth. The comets are initially attracted to certain energetic areas of the crust, usually approaching in a NE-SW direction, causing the formation of chains of volcanoes, which in turn attract further celestial bodies. He went on from here to see that the flood of Noah was an actual historical event remembered over hyper-historical periods through myth, legend, stone carvings, and religious traditions. I would add that the memory of the event is embedded in the very language we must use to discuss not only these subjects but anything at all, for if at the time of impact the whole energetic electrical system of the Dr. Picer is the director of the GWPF, founder and editor of CCNet, the world's leading climate policy network, and, impressively, has a 10 km wide asteroid named after him. 3. Professor Emeritus of Paleoecology at QUB, Dr. Bailey's dendrochronology work confirms the date of the catastrophe, though he might not entirely agree with CB's revised geography. 4. If you search online for the term meteorism, you will still find the first few pages of results filled with nothing but remedies for flatulence, sadly. 5. Named after the asteroid home of Antoine de Saint-Exupéry's Little Prince. Planet, and wider space, were upset by the electromagnetic pulse which he claims would result on entry into the atmosphere, then the systems in use on Earth would of necessity be reset. We would be temporarily disconnected from the grid, so to speak, and would have to adjust to the new, skewed conditions. The confusion of languages would be the primary consequence, aside from death by frazzling and drowning, and the mass submergence of half a continent along with its highly advanced civilization. He equates the flood of Noah with the deluge of Deucalion and the flood of Ogyges, tracing the accounts in multiple sources to give a picture of an extinction-level event which had a devastating effect on the world, particularly the Western world, whose history ended up being relocated, the stories of the refugees becoming attached over the years to the lands they moved to rather than the lands they had fled from. The history of what was formerly Hyperborea, described by Plato as Atlantis and by others as the Hesperides, paradise, paradis, near the gods, the underworld, heaven, and hell, was thus transposed to the Mediterranean, giving us a distorted notion of the spread of civilization. All the relations and uprisings of the ancient Jews and their contacts with the Romans can only be properly resolved and understood, I contend, when the entire sphere of activity is transferred to ancient Britain. Comines Beaumont, The Great Deception. Having spotted the connections between myths and Old Testament accounts, Comines Beaumont examined these in great depth and concluded, like Tesla 6, that here was an 6. Nikola Tesla, the Serbian inventor best known for alternating current, whose genius was acknowledged by James Clerk Maxwell and Lord Kelvin, died in his hotel room at the New Yorker in January 1943. His papers were removed by agents including John Trump, the uncle of Donald. Elements of Tesla's research appeared in German weapons development during the war, and later in the USA, where top German scientists went to work. His work was inspired by ancient religious texts, where he discovered much encoded scientific information. Some enlightening quotations follow. At this time I made a further careful study of the Bible, and discovered the key in advanced people, with sophisticated military capabilities. He examined the stories of the war between men and giants, or gods, and found that they joined up significantly with the arrival of the comet and resultant catastrophe, though he specifically did not associate these two events, regarding them as a coincidence, referring as he did to the relatively primitive weaponry familiar to him in the middle of the 20th century. He did, though, work out the dates of these events, and concluded that they must have occurred in what is now Britain, leading to the next earth-shattering conclusion, that the Phoenicians, the ancient Greeks, and most significantly, the Jews, are not what they seem, and did not live where we thought they did. Revelation. The first gratifying result was obtained in the spring of the succeeding year, when I reached a tension of about 100 million volts, with my conical coil, which I figured was the voltage of a flash of lightning. Ere many generations pass, our machinery will be driven by a power obtainable at any point in the universe. This idea is not novel. We find it in the delightful myth of Antaeus, this Libyan, or Irish, giant, whose name means hostile/set against, was the son of Gaia and Poseidon, who was beaten in a wrestling match against Heracles when Athene advised the god to lift Antaeus up from the earth, thus causing him to lose his power by being disconnected from the grid. Ed. We find it among the subtle speculations of one of your splendid mathematicians. Throughout space there is energy. Is this energy static or kinetic? If static, our hopes are in vain. If kinetic, and this we know it is, for certain, then it is a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature. So astounding are the facts in this connection, that it would seem as though the Creator himself had electrically designed this planet. Tesla on Schumann resonance, 1905. Mr. Tesla thinks he can demonstrate mathematically that force and matter are reducible to potential energy. I am to go and see him next week to get this new mathematical demonstration. In that case the Vedantic cosmology will be placed on the surest of foundations. I am working a good deal now upon the cosmology and eschatology of the Vedanta. I clearly see their perfect union with modern science, and the elucidation of the one will be followed by that of the other. Swami Vivekananda, the first known Hindu sage to come to the West, where he introduced Eastern thought at the World's Parliament of Religions, 1893. Tesla's most misunderstood invention is popularly known as the death ray. It was simply a particle beam weapon which he proposed in 1937 and was fabricated under contracts with Alcoa Aluminium and the English and Italian governments. It used electrostatic propulsion techniques, and similar devices are being developed today by the Strategic Defense Initiative Organization, SDIO, and the U.S. Army Strategic Defense Command. Quote from the Tesla Society. Immanuel Velikovsky 7 carried out his own revision in 1950, without ever referring to Comines Beaumont, and received all the praise and blame for the theories of catastrophism. All the praise and less of the blame, perhaps, for Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision conveniently left the history of the Jews in the Middle East, where we have all been persuaded it belongs. Despite the fact that the modern Jew has only in very rare cases any of the blood of ancient Judah, the belief persists that Israel is the ancient home of the Jewish people, and the ancient conflict carries on there, by proxy. Comines Beaumont, the Great Deception. This brings us to the final apocalypse, in its true sense, that of Revelation. For, if we accept that the events of the Old Testament and those of the New took place in the places we are told they did, and if we accept that the story of Jesus is an amalgamation of myths attached to the life of a British Druid in the land comprising Syria and Judea, with Jerusalem in Edinburgh, Antioch in Lincoln and Babylon nicely centered in York, then those place names must be reattributed to the actual sites where the events occurred. Comines Beaumont concludes that, as with prehistory, the history of Christianity has been uprooted and replanted in a distant land. We can only surmise what may be the true significance of the area that Constantine gave his name to, Constantinople, now Istanbul, so that the history of Judea and Syria, in reality the history of northern and southern Britain, had to be relocated there, but it is clear from the value placed upon Comines Beaumont's work by those who have an inkling, especially those in high places in Scotland, that he stumbled onto. 7. Velikovsky, 1897–1979, born in Russia, was a Jewish independent scholar, best known for his catastrophist work Worlds in Collision, over which controversy still rages. See De Grazia. To his death he insisted he had not even seen, let alone been influenced by, Comines Beaumont's work. Something huge, so huge as to be almost, but not entirely, invisible, hidden, if not in plain sight, or in plain sight, then certainly in plain sight. He suggests that the white horses on our hillsides may be markers for flying machines, by taking a loftier view. Extending the horizon to a loftier view, I claim that Jesus of Nazareth was born and raised in Somerset, the most sacred ancient area in the world, did the world but know it, and where he first strove to make the world and his generation practice the virtues of love, charity, compassion, forgiveness, and justice in a world then beset by passion and hatred and lawlessness. Comines Beaumont, The Great Deception. Janice Mendez. Editor. 2016. Forward. Tap 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 zing click tap tap. A strange and wonderful musical instrument reverberated late into the night down the drafty corridors of a magnificent, although somewhat faded, Irish big house, built around 1700 by the son of a Cromwellian grantee. I had a certain affinity with my grandfather William Comines Beaumont. We were both broken-winged birds being looked after in that sanctuary of Lodge House, Tipperary, once known as Ballycragan. I was a fledgling grandson that had fallen out of the nest of my parents' chaotic theatre life as they toured, struggling to survive in post-war depressed England. CB, as he was known throughout Fleet Street, was seemingly a broken-winged, gaunt old man in his blind dotage, being looked after by his middle daughter, my Aunt Ursula, commonly known as Bobs, and her Anglo-Irish husband Bruce Pike. Tap tap zing click. The old Fleet Street Remington No. 12 typewriter worked with oiled and frenzied efficiency. CB was anything but in his dotage. Almost blind, yes, but that incredible mind was laying out his last great manuscript, including knitting together all of his previous theories. These are laid out in The Riddle of the Earth, 1925, The Mysterious Comet, 1932, The Riddle of Prehistoric Britain, 1945, and Britain the Key to World History, 1948. This last manuscript propounds the ultimate subterfuge by Emperor Constantine the Great to reconstruct the story of Jesus away from the British Isles and place it in the now Middle Eastern Holy Lands. This is the Great Deception. There was a time that Pompa, as we grandchildren called him, made me angry with that sort of foot-stomping intensity that only a tiny child could show. It was not for that tall, gaunt, mysterious, and distant air. On reflection, over half a century later, I see that CB was actually charming, and inclusive of the tiny tots around him. He often took my baby hand. It was thus on one such occasion. Together, hand in tiny hand, we watched the harvesting gang snaking up the long driveway to Lodge, an old steam engine spewing smoke, towing the great threshing machine, with a procession of men loaned from all the local farms, pitchforks thrown over shoulders, proudly singing IRA rebel songs. This was the most exciting day of the year on a big farm for a young boy. Maids scurrying around, long tables of Irish soda bread, lashings of newly churned butter, and tankards of Guinness for the men in the long room, as the creamery was called, old Paddy's ratting dogs, racing around the bales of barley as they were threshed out, breaking the necks of monstrous, escaping rats, the huge straw stacks growing by the minute, and those great machines. There, in our paddock, proudly puffing, blowing, grinding and cranking, their long belts spinning, turning the threshers and shakers. What machines indeed! I turned to Pampa, squeezing his hand tight. Isn't that the biggest straw stack in the world? CB considered thoughtfully and replied, No, no, no. We have bigger ones in Surrey. I was so cross with CB for that. But only momentarily. I took my revenge on Pampa by playing drafts with him on many evenings, often slipping a new queen or two onto the back of the board, he being blind to this act of deception and intrigue. I just don't know how you always win at this game, young Christopher. I think he really did. Such was the humanity and depth of CB. That twinkle in his eye spoke legions. I have, however, disliked Surrey to this day. I write of these personal anecdotes from long ago because they are the measure, at least my measure, of the man. One desperately sad New Year's Eve at Lodge, Aunt Bobs told me that Pampa, who had already returned to a home in England, had departed to join the comets that he had so long ago introduced to the world in his writings. This was December 30th, 1955. I was only 8 years old. CB was buried at St. John at Hampstead in Plot 090, in close proximity to George du Maurier and wife Emma, their daughter Sylvia Llewellyn Davies, and the Llewellyn Davies boys, John and Michael, two of the brothers that were the inspiration for the Lost Boys and Sir J. M. Barrie's Peter Pan. CB's brother-in-law Sir Gerald du Maurier first played Captain Hook, as well as George Darling, and produced Peter Pan in the West End and around the country many subsequent times, while playing the dual roles. All six are part of the family tapestry. CB's relationship with Sir Gerald's daughter, Daphne du Maurier, and his effect on her writings, is only now becoming apparent. As a young author, Daphne was fascinated by his cosmic catastrophe theories and writings. As a young adult, I had only a vague notion that CB had published these books and held theories of such singular and revolutionary importance. Then, out of the blue, as it were, I discovered an old box of CB's effects that had been stored away with my aunt's belongings after she died in Treatherick, Cornwall. This cornucopia of literary magic included first editions of all of his books, including his two other books, his autobiography A Rebel in Fleet Street, 1943, and the extraordinary The Private Life of the Virgin Queen, 1947. There, too, at the very bottom of the box, lay the actual carbon copy of the long-lost manuscript we are presenting to you today. There is little that I wish, that I dare, to write about the Great Deception. I have always been taught, as an actor, never to upstage the star, and as a director never to plagiarize the truly great. It is for you the reader to explore, discover, and consider, perhaps returning to CB's previous 4 books listed above for clarification and, dare I say it, enlightenment. I can only say I am thrilled at the tenacity, determination, and sheer old-fashioned British bulldog spirit of editor Jan Mendes that she hounded me sufficiently, and for enough years, to uncover this manuscript, plus bring the surviving family members along for the ride, in order to publish The Great Deception. Tap 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 zing the end. Christopher Toyne. Grandson. Introduction. As readers of my previous volumes on the lost history of the British Isles are aware, in them I sought to identify the famous, supposedly drowned Atlantis with Britain. My researches involved almost a lifetime study of earlier civilizations in America and Asia, as well as Europe. When I came to realize that the drowning of Atlantis coincided with the flood of Noah, as that did in turn with the Greek account of the deluge of Deucalion, it led to the ultimate discovery that the history of the scriptures and of the earlier Greek peoples took place in Britain. The evidence I collected eventually threw a vivid searchlight on the past, The collision of a comet, or more accurately twin comets, with our Earth, at a period preserved under various mythical names, emerged as the main clue to the course of world history in a most crucial epoch. It became increasingly clear. I was actually able to identify Bible sites. In Britain took place the full history of the Israelites and other Bible peoples well into the Christian era, including the lives of Jesus Christ and the apostles. In the ensuing pages the reader can follow the clues and form conclusions from the material presented. In my last volume, Britain, The Key to World History 8, I identified the sites of many famous biblical cities and events, and here I give considerable attention to 3 of them, which in different ways were of outstanding importance. First, York, which bore many names through long centuries, Babylon, Strato's Tower, Jericho, and, lastly, Roman Caesarea. Second, Edinburgh, immortalized as the original Jerusalem and later as Caerleon, City of the Lion, which had nothing whatever to do with Wales. And third, Glastonbury, or Avalon, closely linked to Christ, who was born in Somerset, then known as Galilee. If these claims are true, how could the world have been deceived? 8 Resonance Bookworks. Here it need only be said that evidence exists which shows deliberate alteration and suppression of important Roman records relating to Britain, whereby names, places, and objects were disguised, for a definite purpose, at a later period. Many valuable clues were eradicated, including the bulk of the work of Tacitus. The name of the Jews in Roman history of the period was carefully expunged, and they appear as the Silurians, or Silures, a variation of Illyrians, their more classical name, both being geographically correct. Who could have possessed a motive for this elaborate deception involving tampering with classical writers, suppressing others, and deliberately misrepresenting past history and geography? And, granted the desire, who would have possessed the power and means to put it into operation? The answer is Constantine the Great, the world dictator of his age, who in his youth had known Britain well. He introduced Christianity into the Roman Empire, for political or pious reasons, perhaps both, but it was a Christianity which had arisen in distant barbarian Britain, in an atmosphere of wars, strife, and doubts, and it did not fit in with his policy as a likely creed for his Roman subjects in the south. He therefore caused a completely new and imitation Holy Land to be instituted near his own capital, Constantinople. He was aided by certain prelates he could trust. He caused miraculous discoveries to be made, such as the original cross of Jesus, and even those of the 2 robbers crucified with Christ. Jerusalem, the New Jerusalem, was built, splendid churches were erected, and the holy places were proclaimed, despite the fact that Hadrian had destroyed the original Jerusalem stone by stone nearly 2 centuries before, in Britain. Christ and his disciples, who had never set foot in the newly created Holy Land, were transferred spiritually from the scenes truly sacred to Christians, to a far distant region, away from the hampering history of Judaism and free of the Mosaic influence on early Christianity, which Rome largely eradicated. Briefly, such is the explanation of the mystery. There was no one in Constantine's age to question this fraud. Every possible means was employed to conceal the transfer in an age when comparatively few could read, and fewer still knew anything about Britain. Not the least amazing aspect of the story is that it took place over 1,600 years ago, and yet no one seems to have detected the fraud, although many within the last century have strongly questioned the truth in regard to the present Jerusalem and other alleged sacred places. For those who prefer orthodox beliefs to the truth, the fraud will continue to flourish. What the educated world should recognize is that world geography and the history of the past have been entirely misrepresented by Constantine's dictatorial escapade. He could not transfer the site of Christianity without upsetting the entire geography of the earlier world at the same time. The activities of the disciples, for instance, never took place in Asia Minor. I would only like to add that the aim of this book is not simply and solely to trace the origins of Christianity and Bible history to Britain, but also to indicate the great age and distinction of Britain's history and civilization. The one is a necessary corollary of the other. If Britain's unknown history throws a new light on Bible history, it can equally be contended that Bible events, or those relating to the Jews in the works of Josephus, also throw a strong light on this ancient island. William Comins Beaumont, 1953. Warning, empty page. Chapter 1. Britain, Mother of Civilization. The Real Past is a book sealed with 7 seals. Very Rev. W.R. Inga, D.D. This work in various ways enlarges upon the claims advanced in my previous volumes, that the Aryan race evolved in the British Isles, originally from the Shetland Orkney Isles and Mull, once of considerable size, but shattered and torn apart by the greatest catastrophe in world history, summarized in the book of Genesis as the flood of Noah, although the Bible contains considerable information on the object only intended to be understood by the initiated. 4. Properly construed, the history of the Old Testament is the history of prehistoric Britain onward. The great catastrophe in question, as my former readers are well aware, records a period when the then highly civilized world, in the throes of a great war, was smitten by a cometary body, or, to be more correct, by 2 cometary bodies, one of which collapsed over a large part of the British Isles, with most violent and tragic results. It was an age of considerable populations, and many large, walled cities. I have traced this civilization over a large area and have been able to identify it with the use of Bible and classical records, legends, and myths, archaeology, astronomy, geology, and not least by place names, which frequently survive, in the least suspected places. I wish to emphasize the claim of the Aryans to have been the first founders of world civilization, and to indicate the importance of climate to the development of civilization. C.E.P. Brooks, in The Evolution of Climate, appears to be in agreement, and contends, the districts where civilization began probably had at that time the most stimulating climate in the northern hemisphere. Anthropology supports this view, and also teaches that the Aryans never originated in the East, so what is to be said of the religious claims that the Adamites, who, it is not disputed, evolved in a land named Mesopotamia, between the rivers, must never have belonged to that region which geographers term the Afrasian steppe desert belt, which stretches from China to the Atlas Mountains in northwest Africa, latitudes almost completely free of rain, suffering scorching summers and the mildest of winters. Now let us turn to the north. It is my task to prove conclusively that Britain was the original Atlantis of Plato, and that in the northernmost parts of the British Isles, from the Shetland Orkney group, once incomparably greater in size, but now largely drowned, and from the adjoining regions, arose the Aryan race, the first founders of civilization, and men of great energy and inventive faculties, among other qualities. Scotland, on the authority of many archaeologists, was the birthplace of the Aryan race, who may be traced throughout the ages from the Paleolithic, Neolithic, Early, and Late Bronze, to the Iron Age. In no sense does this realization lead away from the philosophy and teachings of the past, but it places them in their true and original setting, confirmed in 100 different ways. It is as though some priceless jewel which for ages had been ignored owing to a false setting were at length recognized and redeemed. These were the sons of Adam, the Titans, or giants of Greek tradition. Sanconiathon, the Phoenician sage, vestiges of whose work were preserved by Eusebius, says that Phoenicia, meaning the old red lands of Scotland, was first inhabited by men of vast bulk and height called Alates, elite/noble, or Titans. A modern authority on this subject, L.A. Waddell, who spent his professional career in India and devoted over a quarter of a century to the question of the Aryans, says, I eventually found that, despite all that has been written about the vast antiquity of civilization in India, there was absolutely no trace of any higher civilization in India before the 7th century BC. Historical India, like historical Greece, suddenly bursts into view about 600 BC in the pages of Buddhist literature, and in the Mahabharata epic. With a fully fledged Aryan civilization of precisely the same general type which has persisted down to the present day. 9. Furthermore, he states, new keys, unloosed the sealed stores of history, and disclosed them, the Phoenicians, to be the leading branch of the Aryan race, Aryan also in script and speech, and the lineal parents of the Britons, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons. The Aryan civilization Waddell refers to was, I believe, the Brahmin religion. The caste system was introduced by the Aryan conquerors to preserve if possible the purity of blood of its settlers, as was the case in Mexico. A generation or two ago, a number of philologists with high-sounding professional titles sought to derive the Sanskrit, the earliest tongue of the Aryans, from some ancestral source in a vague, undefined region of Central Asia, and to claim that it was carried thence into Northern Europe. However, anthropologists destroyed that quaint myth, for it was proved that at no time was there any migration from Asia into Europe. If we take the subject of the origin of language, admittedly the Chaldean, Hebrew, Phoenician, and Greek were all derived from one parental source. It is surprising to note how closely related to the ancient Hebrew is the Welsh tongue. Leland, a very learned man, royal antiquary to King Henry VIII, declared that the Cymric language is closely related to the ancient Hebrew and Greek, although these tongues are supposed to have originated from the other end of the ancient world. Canon License, in Our British Ancestors 10 claims that 5,000 English words are of Hebrew origin, and William Tyndall, a translator of the English Bible, says that the English agree. 1. 9. L. A. Waddell, The Phoenician Origins of Britons, Scots, and Anglo-Saxons, Resonance BW. 10. Samuel License, Our British Ancestors, Oxford and London, John Henry and James Parker Gloucester, J. Headland, 1865. Digitized versions of the book are available at www.archive.org. At the time of preparation of this edition, ed. 1,000 times more with the Hebrew than with the Greek, while other philologists have said much the same. The Jutes of Denmark, according to an ancient work, Vetus Chronicon Holsashi 11 were Jews of the tribe of Dan, and that Jutes, Angles, and Saxons were kindred nations. The truth is that the Gales, Hiberno-Celts, Iberians, or Hebrews were all originally derived from the same source, who dwelt originally on the Scottish mainland or in the many isles then blessed with a subtropical climate, their primordial homeland. They spoke the same language or sounds, which doubtless varied according to local conditions, in differing dialects, its original source inspired by the direction of the once prosperous and important ruling island, Shetland Orkney, the Crete of the Greeks. Their earliest vocabulary, based originally on primitive sounds, gradually developed through the Old Stone Age into the earliest Aryan speech. This Aryan speech may seem to have been carried not so much eastward in the primitive days as westward to Central America, then easily reached, and where later arose the Mayan Empire, named probably after Maya, goddess daughter of Zeus and Plion, one of the Atlantides Isles, drowned in the Great Catastrophe. The importance of Maya was that she was the fabled mother of the great deity Hermes, who represented the priestly class. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbargue, who dwelt among the Kicks of Guatemala, writer of well-known works, traced many Aryan roots. 2 words throw a side light on this subject. We have no etymology to explain the origin of the names Atlas and Atlantis, but the Maya word Atlantic for water explains them. 12. They also had a destructive demon named Hurricane, our word hurricane. 11. Ed note, Vetus Chronicon Holsashi is reproduced in a Latin work, Gottfried Leibniz's Accessions Historici, 1698, which may be found in some libraries. 12. Ed note, Livy, among others, associated Britain with the head of a battle axe. I suspect this is not merely a question of the shape of the coastline, but rather it may be related to the Labries of Thor, a reference to the Great Catastrophe. This has led to speculation that the Tau and the Chi, both cruciform in nature, could be interchangeable, so Axland equals Atland equals Atlantis. See Mason Bigelow, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Isles of Wonder, Resonance BW, for more on the Tau. What it all amounts to is that the earliest known speech can be traced back to its true origin, namely, the British Isles, where we find wide evidence existing of the Old Stone Age, especially in Scotland. Scandinavia, although of considerable antiquity, reveals nothing earlier than the Late Stone Age, when the primitive inhabitants had probably begun to make rafts or build coracles and venture upon the seas. Sankoniathon gives an interesting survey of the earliest progress of civilization. He says that Phoenicia was inhabited by men of vast bulk and height, as already mentioned, that Hypsiranius 13 named after his mother, first inhabited Ur of the Chaldees. Women in those days had intercourse with any man they chanced to meet. Hypsiranius built huts of reeds, rushes, and papyrus. He quarreled with his brother Usus, who invented clothing from the skins of beasts. Tyre was consecrated to Astarte, whose totem was a bull's head. In this, Tyre plays the most important role in the earliest history of mankind, and is closely related to the earliest deities of the Uranids, the people of Ur, the great center of the Magi and teachers. The original Tyre, Tur, where ruled the High Ram, the living deity, was utterly destroyed, as Ezekiel describes in a post facto prophecy. A daughter Tyre was subsequently built near Sidon, but it was never the original Tyre, otherwise Ur. Let us now pass to the more essential problems of the past. For those unfamiliar with the word Atlantis, it is essential to make the legend plain, because although Atlantis was Britain, it must be clearly recognized. Plato, in his Timaeus, describes how the famous Athenian philosopher and statesman Solon visited Sais, in what we now know as Egypt, and talked of ancient subjects within his knowledge. One of the priests, who was of great age, said, "O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are but children, and there is never an old man who is an 13 ed note, also known as Memramus or Semiramis, the High One of Heaven. Cf. Remus. Hellene." The priest thereupon described how fire from heaven destroyed the island of Atlantis, a terrible catastrophe explained in the form of a myth where Phaeton, the son of Helios, having yoked the steeds of his father's chariot, because he was not able to drive them in the path of his father, burned up all that was upon the earth and was himself destroyed by a thunderbolt. Said the priest to Solon, this really signified a declination of the celestial bodies moving around the earth and in the heavens, and a great conflagration of things upon the earth recurring at long intervals of time. It will be observed that the myth described this declination of heavenly bodies as a chariot. The explanation is that a chariot was a two-wheeled carriage, and on certain ancient coins of Greece, and of Scotland also, the event is portrayed with the steeds in the form of Pegasus and the chariot by wheels, with the twin comets aflame. On certain engraved Scottish stones, and expressly the Golpsy stone, of which more hereafter, the wheel and axle are illustrated by two separate but linked circles. Thus did the ancient Britons endeavor to preserve for posterity an account of the terrible affliction they underwent, whose sinister traces yet survive, although unappreciated by geologists, who have completely gone astray over this extraordinary world event. It is true that Britain, in Plato's account, is disguised under the name of Atlantis, but the aged priest proceeded further. "You do not know that there dwelled in your land," he said, "yet speaking of this Atlantis, the fairest and noblest race of men which ever lived, of whom you and your city are but a seed or remnant." He added, "There was a time, Solon, before that great deluge of all, when the city which now is Athens was first in war and was preeminent from the excellence of her laws and is said to have performed the noblest deeds and to have the fairest constitution of any of which tradition tells. The foregoing tells us that, as explained by the aged priest, the original city of Athens had flourished in the island of Atlantis, not in the country we call Greece today. Nor did he stop there. According to the Timaeus, the Egyptians were themselves originally a colony from Atlantis. The citizens of this city, Sais, are great lovers of the Athenians, he continued, and say that they are in some way related to them. In describing the invasion of Atlantis by a vast power from across the seas, which preceded the great catastrophe, he said, "The vast power thus gathered into one, endeavored to subdue in one blow our country and yours, and the whole of the land which was within the straits." He concluded by stating that afterwards there occurred violent earthquakes and floods. And in a single day and night of rain, all your warlike men sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner disappeared and was sunk beneath the sea. It is important in relation to this account of the priest of Sais to note that the subsequent religious faith of Egypt in the Mediterranean, of Osiris, Horus, and the underworld, so vividly portrayed in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, was based entirely upon the destruction of Atlantis. It relates to the very heart of the disaster in Britain and, notably, is placed along the west coast of Scotland and the Isles in the Hebridean Sea. The same belief, slightly varied, was held by the ancient Scots, whose underworld lay on the mainland opposite the Isle of Skye. These are factors over which every thoughtful reader should ponder. Our modern world should be grateful to the ancient priest of Sais, and to Plato for giving us this information which otherwise would doubtless have never been realized. The aged priest, however, made two errors in his story which have led many subsequent investigators astray. The island of Atlantis may have been largely submerged for a period, and doubtless was, in conjunction with the enormous tidal waves that resulted, but it was not permanently drowned, although certain regions in the west were. A great stretch of mountainous heights could not be submerged for good, and this would especially apply to Atlantis with Mount Atlas and many other high mountains. His second error lies in the evident misuse of the term 900 or 9,000 years as the period of submersion of Atlantis from the period of Solon, due to a looseness in describing periods we find in both classic and Bible works. It is opposed to astronomical evidence to believe that the submergence of the island was earlier than 1322 BC, and if we take years to have signified months, and date back 9,000 months, or 750 years, adding it to Solon's period of the 6th century BC, we approximate to the truth. 14 Moreover, in the Critias of Plato, which describes Atlantis in detail, it explains that the Atlanteans were familiar with the uses of bronze and iron, and in short, as confirmed in other directions, the great catastrophe occurred in the early Iron Age, a period of great advancement in the use of weapons of war and other lost scientific discoveries. Researches have indicated that, prior to the event in question, the then living pharaoh was Sesostris, also named Amenophis, who had retreated from the foreign invaders of his country and was in the region of the Isle of Mull at the time of the collapse of land and sea. In this very same direction, on the mainland, Deucalion, the Thessalian version of Noah, had been previously warned by Father Prometheus, a famous volcano which some short time before produced an abortive eruption, and so prepared him for the sequel, hastened to build his ark, and to be ready for all emergencies, a folklore memory which existed throughout the subsequent Greek and Hebrew ages. Those who may desire to follow the details should refer to the riddle of prehistoric Britain. I will cite here a remarkable passage of Diodorus Siculus, which indicates clearly the true region of the flood. 14 What we now call a month the Egyptians used formerly to style a year. Manetho. Lockyer has observed that the Egyptians used sidereal as opposed to the Babylonians' lunar measurement of time, causing confusion in translation, so that sometimes a year could be read as a month, or vice versa. Osiris marched away into Ethiopia. Whilst they were thus employed, the Nile, they say, at the time of Sirius rising, inundated the greatest part of Egypt, and especially that part where Prometheus ruled, inasmuch as almost all the inhabitants were destroyed, and Prometheus was near killing himself for very grief of heart. From the sudden and violent eruption of the waters it was called Eidos, eagle. Later it was given the name of Aegyptus 15 after a king that reigned there. The last name it derived, Nile, is from Nilios, a king of those parts. What region was Diodorus describing with this wealth of detail? It could not have been the Egypt we know, because Prometheus was the volcano on an island adjoining Thessaly in Greece. Also, if the Nile were a name for the ocean, it could not relate either to the southern Egypt or to a Thessaly in the present Greece. He expressly describes the tragedy as situated on the borders of the ocean, which he says was later called the Nile, a word by the by known to Professor Masters, one of the great authorities on ancient Egypt, but in fact it is obtained from the Sanskrit, where the word Nila signified blue or blue/black, and descriptive of the ocean depths, but never the yellow, muddy Nile in Africa. The term river, however, is used by Homer to illustrate the current of ocean, and the river stream of Oceanus, and it is taking no liberty to claim that it related to the ancient Gulf Stream, which washes the shores of Britain. Diodorus speaks of pi omicron tau alpha mu omicron kappa epsilon alpha nu omicron, the river of ocean, and he says that Osiris, meaning the pharaoh who became later deified as Osiris, god of the underworld, was proceeding into Ethiopia, the Red Lands, when the catastrophe took place. Diodorus, in short, definitely points to a Thessaly and Prometheus by the Atlantic Ocean, and calls it Egypt. So opposed is it to all conventional acceptance of classic sites that Diodorus has been set aside accordingly. It agrees, however, in every respect with the facts relating to the destruction of Atlantis. The original 15 Diodorus I-10. Full details of the flood of Noah, or the Deucalion deluge, events identical in every respect, are given in the riddle of prehistoric Britain. Thessaly, indeed, the only true Thessaly, where today is Argyllshire, and the volcanic mountain Prometheus may be identified with confidence to be Benmore, Great Mountain, formerly all aflame, which dominates the Isle of Mull. I have hitherto taken the liberty to rely on this classic evidence concerned with the great catastrophe, yet a long volume would not exhaust all the facts, never fully given to the modern world. But I must reluctantly leave this particular aspect to turn to another. That is the Bible evidence, not only in relation to the same tenebrous event, but also for certain explicit reasons. In Britain, the key to world history, much care was given to show that Abraham originally led the Israelite people from the very north of Scotland, where was situated Ur of the Chaldees, his city, near Stennis, Orkney, to the plains of Wiltshire, settling first in the area of Avebury Great Circle, a very ancient Israelite temple. The history of the early Israelites was traced until in the 7th year of David's reign they were driven away by victorious opponents, and trekked to where Edinburgh now stands. There they built the famous Jerusalem, ultimately destroyed by Hadrian in AD 136, and the Jews expelled on pain of death. This and other factors in the history of the Jews are followed up to the time of the reign of Hezekiah, the first Messiah. Here the most vital question of Bible chronology must be broached before we press onward. The great catastrophe did not occur until the 14th year of the reign of Hezekiah, when his capital was almost on the verge of utter destruction at the hands of a vast overseas invading host called Gog and Magog, and also including Assyrians, Persians, and others. At that critical hour, when the great catastrophe struck the isle, as Isaiah 26 says, with nearly 200,000 besiegers awaiting the moment to loot the city, Jerusalem was saved by what indeed looks like a miracle. As a part of the cometary crash, a meteor struck the Mount of Olives and split part of it in two, which may be viewed to this day as Samson's ribs on Arthur's seat, the original mount. It occasioned in Jerusalem itself a most destructive earthquake, accompanied as usual on such occasions in proximity to the sea, by a tidal wave and great floods. Jerusalem, however, survived, and providentially the disaster saved the city and nation, for simultaneously a blast, as Isaiah himself describes it, destroyed the bulk of the invading army whose site of destruction may be inspected to this day not very far from Edinburgh. The enemy survivors, nominally led by Sennacherib, the Assyrian king, but actually by a mysterious Rabshakeh, the lawgiver to the Sakai or Saxons, fled to their own country, their losses being prodigious and all being panic-stricken like the rest of the world at this momentous time. 16. What was the fate of Rabshakeh history does not relate, but there is reason to believe, from veiled biblical allusions to Gog, that it related to him, and that he met his fate with the rest of that great host. Whether or not, the huge invading armies melted away, and the island, whether it be called Atlantis or Britain, or this isle, Isaiah's description, lay in an appalling state, vast regions destroyed by earthquake, and piled up with contorted and striated masses of rock, burning with inextinguishable fires, or flooded by the ocean. The eastern parts escaped very light compared to the west, where lay the original land of Egypt, or Mizraim. The dramatic description given by Ezekiel of their fate is, as usual in such matters, in the form of post facto phrasing, and relates to Scotland, Hebrides, parts of Ireland, Wales, and western England, the latter in less degree. And the land of Egypt, Wales, shall be desolate and waste, from the tower of Syene, Sevena, even unto the border of Ethiopia. No foot of man shall pass through it, nor foot of beast, neither shall it be inhabited 40 years. And I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations. And I will make the land of Egypt desolate among the countries that are desolate, and her cities shall be desolate 40 years. Ezekiel 29, 9-12. 16 Zech 14, 4, 6, 8, 10-12. In Britain, the key to world history, I have produced all available evidence to show that Rabshakeh was none other than Moses, that remarkable genius, whose extraordinary and sinister career has never yet been compiled from other than biblical sources. Yet there is little doubt but that he was known variously as Zalmoxis, Zoroaster, Odin, and in a more deceptive setting as Silenus, the teacher of the drunken deity Dionysus, the same as Jehovah, consuming fire. Moses was the man who, before the great catastrophe, set the world ablaze either for his own ambitious ends or out of personal hatred of the pharaoh of his own period. He organized uprisings in Egypt, fled for his life to Ur of the Chaldees, then the rival power of the pharaoh who had prepared for him most powerful armaments, which later proved inferior to those engineered by the active genius of Moses. The period leading up to the flood epoch was a time when firearms, serpent rods, and greater destructive weapons had reached a high pitch of efficiency. It was the main cause why the deity was supposed to have intended to destroy the world. After the great catastrophe, the secret of firearms was lost, and rediscovered only after many centuries. At Ur, the seat of the Archmagus, the High Ram, Moses proceeded to perfect the designs of Dionysus, and inveigled for his purposes other men and arms. He was known as Zalmoxis among the gods, and as Zoroaster in Persia, probably now South Russia. The Persians were persuaded to assist him to build the armaments of his god, consuming fire. Lastly, he became famed in northern Europe as Odin or Wotan. Finally, constructing enormous forces, powerfully armed, he made war on Egypt and the lands of the west, including Jerusalem. Moses, indeed, was the entire inspiration and the active leader of the great invasion of Atlantis, of which the aged priest of Sais spoke. The main purpose of giving these details is to explain the confusion of chronology, which has a direct bearing on this present work, as the course of true history. Moses did live at the time of the plagues of Egypt, all forerunners of the presence of the cometary collapses. That body, or bodies, traversed the heavens and the region of the earth. The great catastrophe occurred circa 1322 BC, as proved by the Suffolk cycle, the only certain means of ascertaining time based on the quadratures of the star Sirius. 17. The period of Moses, although set in its true position as regards the plagues of Egypt and the pharaoh whom he deified, is altogether at variance with the history of the Judeans and others in the order given in the Old Testament. Actually, all the early history of Israel had happened long before Moses' period, for as Rabshakeh he was contemporaneous with Hezekiah, when the Bible lands were invaded by Sennacherib, in which, as stated, Rabshakeh was the leading spirit. How did this error or deception come about? The explanation is that the Bible history of the Jews, which contains nothing in the least sacred to Christianity, is that Moses became subsequently elevated by the Jewish priesthood for their own purposes as their great prophet and patriarch, when they adopted his doctrines. Yet Jerusalem had never heard of him or his doctrines until in the reign of Josiah, when it was burst upon that credulous monarch by ambitious priests for the first time. 2 Kings 2, 23, 3-13, 2 Chronicles 34, 14-21, when later the Old Testament came to be first compiled, at the time of the Babylonian captivity, by Ezra and his assistants, who created Judaism. Past chronology was tampered with recklessly in order to convey to the people of Judah that Moses had been their divine prophet who made them the deity's chosen people ages before, thus giving his ordinances the necessary antiquity, besides claiming that their past kings had been defeated or overthrown because they had run after gods other than Moses Jehovah. Actually, as Rabshakeh, he had lived less than a century and a half before Ezra and his scribes glorified him as their prophet. 18 Yet we should not lose sight of the power of Odinism. 17 See the riddle of prehistoric Britain, ch. 9, the astronomical doctrine of Hermes. 18 Hezekiah had never heard of Moses, who was a later figure. The account of Moses as Rabshakeh and his siege of Jerusalem can be found in Britain, the key to world history. Thus we come to the final point before passing on. The reader will note, probably with surprise, in this, the third of the trilogy, the remarkable vicissitudes of the famous city of Babylon, which necessarily occupies much space because of its repercussions, but this is because it offers primary evidence of the true course of history relating not only to Britain but to the whole civilized world. I may add that the Babylonian period follows historically and correctly on the collapse of the kingdom of Judah when overthrown by Nebuchadnezzar. The actual period was some centuries earlier than the usually estimated dates, as in such matters classical sources are most unreliable. We will now proceed to the period when the Macedonian king Seleucus Nicator obtained Babylon and Syria as his kingdom after the death of Alexander the Great, and how he spurned the then ruined and devastated city of Babylon in favor of Antioch, both flourishing cities today, the one York, and the other Lincoln. Chapter 2. Syrian Antioch and Lincoln. The way most men deal with traditions, even traditions of their own country, is to receive them all alike as they are delivered, without applying any critical test whatever. So little pains do the vulgar take in the investigation of truth, accepting readily the first story that comes to hand. Thucydides. Geoffrey of Monmouth, in his History of the Kings of Britain, states that Brennus, or Brennus, a British king, captured Rome circa 390 BC and is confirmed by Livy, except that the Roman historian describes how Brennus, leading his Senonian Gauls, had the city at his mercy except for the capital, and was frustrated from capturing it only by the frightened cackling of the Capitoline geese which gave the alarm, a story known to every schoolchild. According to Geoffrey, Brennus was the younger brother of Belinus, son of Dunwallo, who divided Britain into two parts, Belinus ruling from south of the Humber, including Wales and Cornwall, and Brennus from the Humber to Caithness. Brennus, ambitious and warlike, in due course made war on Belinus, was defeated, and fled to Gaul, but, deciding eventually to make another attempt to conquer all Britain, he landed on its shores with a formidable army. The two hosts confronted each other, when their mother, with trembling steps, flung her arms around her younger son's neck and implored the two brothers to become friends. Having finally embraced one another, they then decided to invade the Low Countries, in which campaign Brennus led his subjects, the Senons. The Senons require very close scrutiny as an ancient people on both sides of the Channel. Who were these Senons? Livy describes them as yellow-haired giants, of high courage but fickle temper. He speaks of their harsh music and discordant yells, and admits that Rome was unprepared for an enemy never before seen or heard of, from the ocean and the remotest regions of the earth. 19. In the end, Camillus, by guile, utterly overthrew them, according to Livy, but Geoffrey states that Brennus stayed and tyrannized over the enemy. It would appear that they retreated into Umbria but were finally subdued by Rome in 283 BC. It also appears that Brennus and his Senons in Italy never returned to their own country. Richard of Cirencester, in his De Situ, says that all the tract south of the Thames was anciently occupied by the Senons who passed into Gaul around 400 BC with their king, Brennus, planning to attack Rome, but leaving their own land unprotected and full of spoils. Some 50 years later, he adds, the Belgi, who were settled across the Rhine by right of conquest, sent out colonies and occupied the deserted land of the Senons. The Belgi were themselves Senons, and as will be seen were really the Saxons. In Caesar's time they stretched to Lutetia, later Paris, their name being preserved in the city of Sens and the river Seine. The Senons of Britain were called Iceni, also Senomagni or Senomani, a very important people who enable us to throw a new light on the past. In southern England they occupied Hampshire with Portchester and Southampton Water, to where cargoes of metals were brought by pack horses from the western counties, and shipped across the Channel to avoid the circuitous and dangerous navigation round Land's End. Prasutagus, king of the Iceni, so enriched himself by this traffic that he made the Romans his heirs, hoping thus to assuage their greed, but as we know they plundered his family, violated his daughters, and enslaved his nobles. This caused the uprising, in 61 AD, of Queen Boadicea and roused other. 19 Livy, History of Rome. V. Livy is rightly extolled as a great classical writer, but his historical accuracy has often been questioned. Icenian tribes, including also the Silures under Caractacus, to make war, with the result that Britain was all aflame from the Channel to the Forth. Place names confirm the Icenian settlement mainly in between the Idgeon and Antona rivers of Hampshire, with Winchester their capital, and the New Forest was called Icenia, by Leland, as late as the reign of Henry VIII. But the main country of the Senans lay around the Humber, including most of Yorkshire and also Lincolnshire, and especially the eastern counties of Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, and Huntingdon. It is significant that these people were termed Seni or Iceni Magna, the Great Iceni, or Senans, the senior or original Senans, to distinguish them from the latecomers in Hampshire. Seni or Iceni is only an adaptation of the original name of Senans. Or perhaps it may be explained the other way about, for I shall endeavor to prove that they were the racial descendants of those Babylonians called Sena in Nehemiah's list of those who adopted the Mosaic cult, and were led from Jerusalem by Zerubbabel in the reign of Darius, numbering 3,930 persons, and who totaled the greatest proportion of all others of non-Hebrew birth who accompanied him and embraced Judaism. Nehemiah 7:38. The Sena were the people of the biblical Shinar, the aborigines of the country where Babylon was situated among its rivers and canals, who were also Babylonians or Syrians, and were those who became converted to the Moses doctrine. The true position of ancient Babylon is a complicated and very important question, for few ancient cities have been more confused than the great walled city of Nebuchadnezzar both in location and history. It had a great bearing on the past and we must consider it. Cush was the eldest of the sons of Ham, and the eponymous founder of the Cushites, otherwise the Chaldeans, also frequently called Phoenicians, red, i.e., reddish complexion and hair, or Ethiopians, same meaning, or Thracians, also red-headed and blue-eyed, by the Greeks. His brethren, we are told, were Mizraim, Phut, Libya, originally Ireland, and Canaan. Cush fathered Nimrod, and the beginning of his, Nimrod's, kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Genesis 10:10. Furthermore, Nimrod's son Ashur, Assyria, 20 left Shinar and built Nineveh and other cities elsewhere. Genesis 10:11. In other words, Ashur migrated and created Assyria, and in this there is absolutely no ground for the assumption that Babylon was a part of Assyria. Babylon lay in Syria, an essential differentiation. As it is my purpose to prove to the reader that this Babylon really lay in Britain, on whose site now stands the ancient city of York, so also the biblical Assyrians or Ashur went out of that land, where Babylon stood, the contention being that they were known later as Senans or Belgi, people of the god Bel or Belin, and were racially Saxons or Sakai, who dwelt between the Marne and Seine, and lower Rhine eastwards. They were described as Gauls, and some of their descendants were those who settled subsequently in southern England. The Senegalica denoted the river Seine, not a region in Italian Umbria. The Assyrian cities specified in Genesis were Nineveh, Rehoboth, and Calah, also recent, between Nineveh and Calah. It is of importance to note that the ancient city of Treves, on the banks of the Moselle, was occupied in Caesar's time by the Treveri or Treveri, a Belgic people of Celtic origin, and the citizens of Treves claim Assyrian descent to this day. On the Rhodes House, a late Gothic building erected in 1450, is a proud claim inscribed in the 17th century, recording Angi Romum Traveris Stati Annus MCCC, a declaration that Treves stood there 1,300 years before Rome was built, giving the city thus an origin of circa 2076 BC. 21. This claim was based on an ancient tradition that it was founded by Trebita, son of the Assyrian king Ninus, Ashur, the traditional builder of Nineveh and husband of Semiramis. Nor does it stand alone, for not far. 20 Ed note, as, God, Shur, wall, enclosure, area God's land, by the wall. 21 21 According to my revised chronology, Abraham led his Jews to the land of Canaan, circa 2160 BC. On this computation Babylon was founded by Nimrod not very long after Abraham's migration farther south to Hebron. From Brussels stems the town named Nineve, whose origin is lost in the past, in the remote past, yet it offers a strange coincidence. Calais, again, is a very ancient settlement of man, once ruled by the Senans, and may very properly be related to the city Kala, built by Ninus or Ashur, once we are on the trail. Nor are these mere coincidences, for they need to be taken into account with other antiquarian sites of biblical and classic importance in the very essential revision of ancient topography in northern Europe. If, therefore, Ashur or Ninus quitted his original parental home in the land of Senat, in what is now Yorkshire, and started on his own in the Low Countries, not far distant, we must discover the true site of ancient Babylon accordingly. Bearing in mind the great antiquity of Britain, there need be little surprise if the Senans of the Low Countries, including the Trojans, proved to be a younger branch of the Senat, or the Seni Magni of eastern England. Watmore, in his Insulae Britannicae, credits the Seni Magni as settled in East Anglia, Norfolk, etc., but he fails to identify the people of Lincolnshire other than the Coritani, although there is little doubt that the Seni Magni, whose very name suggested their importance, dominated both Lincolnshire and Yorkshire from a very early time, ages before the Brigantes managed to spread into Yorkshire after the fall of the Silurian capital in the reign of Hadrian. Apparently long before that the Parisii were settled in the northeast of Yorkshire, near Flamborough Head, and they were Senans, having come from where is now Paris. In fact the Seni Magni may be said to have indicated the Sena, or Senat, the Syrians of Babylon. Another sidelight is thrown on the Senans by the fact that in 680, Saint Wulfram, then Bishop of Sens, the ancient capital of the Gaulish Senans, founded the great church of Grantham, Lincolnshire, dedicated to him, although only a few foundations of the original edifice remain in situ. For what reason did Wulfram select Grantham for this sacred honor? True, a personal reason might have influenced him, but it may have been because Saint Wulfram recognized the relationship between the Senans of England and those of Gaul. The bishopric of Sens became later the seat of an archbishop who was primate of Gaul and Germany. A further indication of the territories of the Senans is Geoffrey's statement that Brennus led his Senans against Rome and that his sovereignty was from the Humber northwards. Josephus says, in his Antiquities of the Jews, that the plain in which men first dwelt was named Shinar, and that they descended from the mountains and fixed their habitation in that plain. From there God caused them to send colonies abroad to people the earth, and that Nimrod, son of Cush, was the leader who built a tower of burnt bricks and bitumen to defy God in another flood. The place where they built the tower is now called Babylon. 22. The genealogical tree contained in the 10th chapter of Genesis is misleading, because its compilers persisted in using Noah as the founder of the human race, whereas the patriarchs and many of the prophets long preceded him. Ashur, for example, is included as one of the sons of Shem, although we are also told that Nimrod, son of Cush, was father of Ashur, and Cush was the son of Ham. Shem is also given as the parent of Elam, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram, otherwise daughter states. And we are furthermore told that Arphaxad was born to Shem 2 years after the flood, that he lived 438 years and was the grandfather of Eber, founder of the Hebrews, Genesis 11, 10, 14, whilst Josephus states that Arphaxad founded the Chaldeans. 23 All this confusion and division is due to the fact that these had nothing to do with pedigrees as such, but related to an entirely different matter. It is opposed to all factual and scientific knowledge. For instance that the Chaldeans, regarded as the earliest founders of civilization, as also the Hebrews, came into existence after the flood. Aram in like manner was the eponym of Aramea, who were the Syrians, indistinguishable from the Chaldeans. It is in fact very questionable that the name Shem was related to any tribal descent but that properly it was related to Samos of Thrace. 22 Josephus, Antiquities, I, 4, 1. The allusion to the flood and the tower relates to a far later period, the one being antediluvian, the other post-diluvian. 23 Abidai. 6. 4. The Samothese of the poet Milton, which Samos, otherwise Ur of the Chaldees, became at a certain period the religious and ruling center of the Druids, over which presided Ham, otherwise the living arch-Druid deity Ammon or Hermes, the center of the sacred hierarchy. It did not represent Semites in the modern rendering of the word at all. It meant followers of Samos or Ur. If we apply the foregoing to Babylon, it may also be contended that this ancient city existed, like Jerusalem and Damascus, and was not destroyed at the time of Noah's flood, the ostensible reason being that, when transferred to their true sites, all three cities lay along the eastern shores of Britain, and the great catastrophe wreaked its major damage in the lands of the west, traceable to this day, while those in the east escaped the worst. We know that Jerusalem suffered severely but was not destroyed, but we hear nothing of either Babylon or Damascus, both of which may have suffered from floods. It may be claimed with some confidence that the far-famed Tower of Babel was only erected after the flood in question. Josephus, it is true, reports that Nimrod said that he would be revenged on God if he should have a mind to drown the world again, adds that he would build a tower too high for the waters to reach, and that he would avenge himself on God for destroying their forefathers. 24. The original Nimrod lived long before the flood epoch, and Nimrod can only be a synonym for the new ruler of Babylon. It is likely that Nebuchadnezzar was the speaker, for he was given to braggadocio and he either erected the Tower of Babel or reconstructed it to become the wonder of the world. Soon after the blast of Isaiah, which destroyed in a flash the vast enemy army outside Jerusalem, an embassy was sent to inquire of the wonder that was done in the land. 2 Chronicles 32, 31. It may explain why King Nebuchadnezzar, in his reign, rebuilt the tower both as an observatory and a place of refuge. Isaiah implied a catastrophe to afflict Babylon at some later period. He pictures nations. 24 Josephus, Antiquities, I. 4, 2. Assembled for battle, and how the earth will shake in the wrath of the Lord of hosts, of massacres and destruction, and finally that I will stir up the Medes against them, and that Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency, shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Isaiah 13, 17, 19. The reference can only relate to the capture and destruction of Babylon by Xerxes of Persia. Jeremiah, in declaring against the idolatry of Babylon, says, Behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith the Lord, which destroyest all the earth, and I will stretch out my hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and I will make thee a burnt mountain. Later on, he says, the sea is come up upon Babylon, she is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof, which prophecy he says was made in the 4th year of Zedekiah's reign when he accompanied him to Babylon. Jeremiah 51, 25-42. These prophecies, if they referred to actual events, as we may presume was the case, record the destruction of the temple of Bel or Babel, as was accomplished by Xerxes and not before. The other recorded a tidal wave and an earthquake, for a typhoon is related to meteoric visitations and may easily have flooded the city. Nevertheless, both prophets were completely wrong in their prophecies that Babylon would be blotted out forever. Recall Isaiah's words. It shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. And Jeremiah 51, 62. None shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but that it shall be desolate forever. Why were they so completely wrong? Because St. Peter addressed his first epistle to the Romans from Babylon, in York. To say more on this aspect at the moment would be premature, but the reader may be begged to bear two facts in mind in relation to the earlier times. Our sources of information are derived mainly from Greek or Roman writers, the works of Josephus, who wrote in Greek, and the scriptures written in Hebrew. The works of Josephus, most essential to the historian, are acceptable only subject to certain revisions, for much of his work in certain ways was doubtless tampered with by the Romans at a later date. Greek writers employed Greek names for men and geographical sites, as did likewise Josephus, and these names frequently fail to accord with the Hebrew, so require most careful investigation. Another most important factor to recall is that when Constantine the Great, as a political and religious act of major importance, established Christianity in the Roman world of the Mediterranean, every effort was used to change the venue of past history which related to the Jews and the beginnings of Christianity and to transfer it to an atmosphere free from prejudice, and thus to enable him to construct a new Jerusalem within the near vista of the Roman Empire and himself. The problem of how far Christianity was to be linked with the past history of Judaism was a question of deep concern. Origen, one of the early fathers, regarded the deity of the Old Testament as unworthy of worship, with its very intolerant Yahweh or Jehovah. Another important point to stress is the distinction between Syria and Assyria. Herodotus, like others, was confused between the two. In one passage he mentions the river Halys, which he describes as separating Syria from Paphlagonia, but he should have said Assyria. Also he, like others, terms the Cappadocian Syrians, whereas they were a branch of the Assyrians. 25 Actually, Syria and Assyria were separated by the river Euphrates, or Parath in Hebrew, now the North Sea, as shown later in this work. Syria included originally Aram, a part of Chaldea, and stretched at one time from northeast Scotland to the south of England, bordered westward by Cirencester, and included Dorset. It was often generalized by the Greeks as Phoenicia. Syria therefore occupied a great deal of Britain. 25 Herodotus, Histories, I. 6, 73. Where also was Babylon, whereas the Assyrian power stretched along the north of Europe to beyond the later Saxon territories. That Babylon lay in Syria is clearly indicated by the division of the empire of Alexander after his death in that city which he intended to make his capital. Seleucus Nicator, Alexander's principal general, especially distinguished in his Indian campaign, in the partition of the Macedonian Empire, acquired Babylonia and Syria. Antigonus, another chief, obtained Phrygia, Lycia, and Pamphylia, classified as in Asia Minor. Eumenes, a third general, obtained Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, and Pontus, also in Asia Minor, and Lysimachus, the senior, became king of Thrace and later of Macedonia also. Antigonus, calling himself king of Asia, ultimately brought against himself Seleucus, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Cassander, and was defeated and killed at the decisive battle of Ipsus, in Phrygia. He ruled over the territories that in earlier times had embraced Assyria, and the reason he brought the other Macedonian kings against him was that he made war on Eumenes, and after taking him prisoner put him to death, his object being to acquire all the former Assyrian lands. But, and this must be understood, the name Asia, relegated to Asia Minor by historians, had nothing to do with the Orient. It was a part of the then Northern Europe, occupied by Odin and his Asar men, a word signifying God, as having the same meaning as Goth or Gut, i.e., God's men. Much difficulty confronts the student of this period as no authentic history of the period of Alexander the Great was compiled for over 300 years after his times. It is an extraordinary omission in view of his great fame and world conquest, and there are indications that his movements were shrouded for a reason. Seleucus, be it noted, took no concern of Babylon, and built instead the city of Syrian Antioch, making it his capital, and adorning it. Sometimes it was called Tetrapolis, as it was divided into 4 quarters. The citadel stood on a high hill and the river Orontes flowed below the city. In addition to the royal palace it possessed other palaces, fine temples, galleries, and fountains or lakes nearby. Writers of antiquity declared that no city could excel it in fertility of soil, in trade, riches or commercial enterprise, and among other attractions, a few miles from the city, Seleucus laid out a noted park at a spot named Daphne, wherein he dedicated a magnificent temple to Apollo and Artemis. The attraction of Antioch was such that Babylon, already largely in ruins, became almost deserted. Those Jews who had not returned to Jerusalem in the time of Zerubbabel and Ezra, migrated largely to Antioch where they were well treated and granted privileges, including their special residential quarter. These are historical facts. and in this matter we may ask ourselves what attraction would have drawn the Macedonians, and later also the Romans, to those sultry and arid oriental countries which have never offered any inducement either as possessing minerals, except oil in recent times, or fertility. The interests of both nations lay in Europe, not in the Middle East, and indeed the entire region lay outside of world interests, as the world was then, for although Persia might have affected them, previously the Persian pretensions had been destroyed by Alexander. Moreover, the ancient Jews were not Asiatics, and nor were the Syrians, an erroneous belief responsible for much feudal misunderstanding. The venue of events needs to be transferred bodily to Europe. Antioch was especially famed in the annals of the earliest Christianity. The name of Christian was first adopted there. Saint Luke was reputed to have been born there, and Saint Paul and Saint Barnabas remained there a considerable time preaching the gospel to neighboring Gentile cities, and they baptized their converts in its river, the Orontes. Saint Peter was also in Antioch, and some accounts claim that he was its bishop for 7 years. According to meta.festor, he preached the gospel in Babylon and in Britain. 26 It was said that he died in Rome, and that Constantine built a church over his tomb, later the Vatican, but, although the papal authorities maintain this claim to the present time, his death and burial have never been satisfactorily established. 26 Rev. William Lawson, Bible Cyclopedia, 3, p. 651. The Romans, on their entry into Syria, occupied Antioch and made it their military headquarters, until they later selected Caesarea in preference. Vespasian, well established in British annals, settled a Roman colony in Antioch prior to his war with the Jews, and accorded it the honor of a colonia. St. John Chrysostom, who was well acquainted with the Druids from personal contact, was bishop of Antioch in the 4th century AD. Confusion, so rife in regard to the sites of these early Christian centers, is added to by reason of the fact that Seleucus built another Antioch in Asia, on the borders of Pisidia and Phrygia, which was also made a colonia by Augustus, but was given the name of Caesarea. It may be mentioned here that, despite close search and survey at various times in Asia Minor, no satisfactory evidence has yet been able to be produced of the sites of either of these Antiochs, which applies indeed to other alleged early Christian sites in what is now Asiatic Turkey. Volney, the traveler, who made prolific search for the Syrian Antioch, identified it as a ruined town built at the foot of a hill, but its only evidence of antiquity was part of a wall built by the Crusaders. Moreover, Syrian Antioch was erected on the top of a high hill. 27. Antioch, in Syria, I claim to have been the original and ancient city of Lincoln. There is a venerable saying to the effect that Lincoln was, London is, and York shall be, the fairest city of the three, a saying hoary with age. At all events there is no doubt respecting the fairness and importance of Lincoln in an early period. The first traceable city comprised an area of nearly 40 acres on the summit of its steep hill, and within its walls occupied an almost perfect square, 440 yards in length by 425 yards in breadth, protected on 3 sides by a broad, deep fosse, in places 80 feet wide, while the 4th side, a precipitous cliff, offered an impregnable defense. Its ramparts, faced with stone, were from 20 to 23 feet in height and from 10 to 12 feet in thickness. In the same way as Antioch, it was divided into 4 quarters, one being allotted to the Jews, also as it. 27 Josephus, Wars, 3, 2, 4, describes Antioch as the 3rd city in the habitable earth. Rome was doubtless the first and perhaps Jerusalem the second in his opinion. Antioch. Its castle and principal buildings stood on the summit of this steep hill, and originally the river Trent flowed at its feet as in the case of the Orontes at Antioch. The surrounding region possessed many ornate Greek or Roman villas as portions of tessellated pavements have revealed. Its main highway, Ermine Street, passed through its center, from London to York, and was said to continue to the very north of Britain at Caithness. 28. A separate gateway gave entrance to its 4 quarters. How many Roman legions may have been quartered there remains uncertain, except that the lower part of a large colonnade in the center of Bailgate disclosed tessellated pavements, altars, monuments, and tombstones. the latter mostly related to soldiers of the 9th Legion, which legion served with Vespasian in 69 AD on his proclamation as emperor after the death of Galba when he sent to Britain for soldiers. 29 He was about to conduct the war against the Jews, but left Britain in consequence of the imperatorship, leaving his son to carry on the campaign. Vespasian had been active in Britain for some considerable time before he left to protect his interests after the death of Nero. Eutropius says vaguely that he encountered the Britons 30 times, and Suetonius states that he reduced 2 very strong tribes, 20 towns, and the insula Vectis, and fought 30 battles against the enemy, in the reign of Claudius. Nero, says Josephus, found no one but Vespasian equal to the task of conducting the war against the Jews. He continues. He was also a man that had long ago pacified the West, and made it subject to the Romans. He had also recovered to them Britain by his arms which had been little known before. 30. Vespasian, however, did not conduct the siege of Jerusalem in AD 70, although Nero sent him at the end of 66. For nearly 3 years he delayed taking active steps, hoping to subdue them without great bloodshed. This fact was referred to by Titus himself, when he 28 J. Charles Cox, Lincolnshire, pp 196-202, E. Mansell Simpson, Lincoln, pp 33-41. 29 Tacitus, Histories, 2, 86. 30 Josephus, Wars, 3, 1, 2. This passage bears the marks of a later interpolation, not infrequent in this work. Had overthrown the Jews and reprimanded them severely. In the course of his speech he spoke as follows. At this time my father came into this country, not with a design to punish you for what you had done under Crestius, but to admonish you, for, had he come to overthrow your nation, he had run directly to your fountainhead and had immediately laid this city, Jerusalem, waste, whereas he went and burnt Galilee and the neighboring parts and thereby gave you time for repentance. 31. As I contend in the reconstruction of past history and geography, Lincoln was Antioch, was made a colonia by Vespasian, and was the headquarters or praetorium of the Romans until it was superseded by York. Professor Freeman stressed the importance of this honor by observing the high rank held by Lincoln among Roman cities, which it shared only with Cologne. Cologne and Lincoln are cities kindred in origin and name, added Freeman. 32 However, Professor Freeman was in error, for York became the principal colonia, Colonia Prima Flavia according to Pliny, who says that Vespasian settled a colonia in Caesarea under that title, whereas Lincoln was Colonia Flavia Caesarensis, of Caesarea, in that province, which Colonia Prima intimated that York was the first or principal colony, instituted by Vespasian, for Flavia was his family gens. 33 York, originally Babylon, became Caesarea in Augustus' reign. If, moreover, the ancient Antioch in Syria were the earliest center of Christianity, the same can definitely be claimed of Lincoln. It possessed many churches and priories from an early time, including the Priory of St. Catherine, whence even bishops of the early church walked barefoot to Temple Brewer, a renowned circular edifice, like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, built by Constantine in the present Jerusalem. The early Christian churches were circular. Temple Brewer was strongly fortified, having embattled towers, and was guarded by buildings. The Templars had many preceptaries besides Temple Brewer. Bishop Remigius, the first Norman bishop, built the present. 31 Ibid 6, 6, 2. 32 Cited by Cox, Lincolnshire, pp 196-7. 33 The use of Flavian notes that Vespasian ordained the distinctions. Cathedral, founded a leprosarium, and made Lincoln the center of a vast see. Paulinus, who was Bishop of York for a short while in 625, baptized a large number of converts in the Trent at Sedgelocum, including the governor, named Bressa, and his family, according to the Venerable Bede. Sedgelocum, now Little Borough, lies on the Trent near Lincoln. Was the Orontes of Antioch the same as the Trent? The two names are closely related, one being the Greek, the other Saxon. It would seem that the river was considered most sacred. There seems to be no doubt regarding the former importance and wealth of Lincoln as an inland port. William of Malmesbury described it as the mart of visitors by land and sea. Its canal system is said to have been of ancient origin and of great commercial value, while its sea facilities were such that it ranked as the fourth most important maritime city in the reign of King John. 34. Another light is thrown on ancient Lincoln by its highways, for such not only indicate its historic importance to transport with roads passing through from north to south and to the west, but also to ancient military movements when chariots were used in large numbers and a great deal of country was thick forest and in parts impassable. The most important was Ermine Street, the famous straight thoroughfare, from London to the utmost north. As it enters Lincoln it is still named the Strait, which recalls the event recorded in Acts, when Ananias, a disciple of Damascus, was told, "Arise and go into the street which is called Straight and inquire in the house of Judas for one called Saul of Tarsus." 35. It is very applicable because in this reconstruction of the past, Damascus, the great commercial mart and port, stood on the site of the present London. It was traditionally founded by Uz, the son of Aram, hence was Syrian, and famed of ancient days for its passage trade in wool, wine, corn, and manufactured goods. In the time of St. Paul it had a large Jewish population. Evidence to show that London was originally Damascus is given in Appendix A. 34. Simpson, Lincoln, p. 199. 35. Acts 9:11. St. Paul's city, Tarshish, or Tarsus, originally Gades, was situated in Cilicia, of which the present Bristol is the daughter. Britain, the key to world history. Another most important highway was between Lincoln and Seaton or Axmouth, a significant fact when the circumstances are realized. It passed through Cirencester and Bath to the once important southern port, the original Sidon. Transport from the south could join Ermine Street at Lincoln, and proceed to the north. The Romans may have improved and repaired these long straight highways, of which no fewer than 15 proceed from London alone, but mostly they were constructed long before their day. Geoffrey of Monmouth says that Belinus built straight roads of stone and mortar, and Thucydides says that the Macedonians did likewise, a matter of special interest when it is proved that their original home lay in northern Scotland, from Inverness to Perthshire. The Atlanteans also built long roads, and that points to a period before the flood. As they used chariots, such highways were essential. These ancient thoroughfares certainly speak to the antiquity of British civilization. 36. Stukely, the famous antiquary, also drew attention to the Carr Dyke, a considerable ancient canal which extended from the Lincolnshire River Welland to the Witham, and drained the waters from the hills. One principal purpose of this and other canals, he says, was to convey corn in boats from the southern parts of England to the northern pretensiories in Scotland for the maintenance of the forces kept there. It is suggestive and explanatory of the wars with the Jews in the Edinburgh regions. This dyke also passes through Lincoln, joining with the Trent and then the Humber, so a fleet of corn boats could continue by the tide up the Ouse to York. 37. Long prior to the Roman occupation, some authority built a great bank along the sea coast, said to have been erected by foreigners. 38. Archaeologists agree that Lincoln was an important city long before the Roman occupation. 36. Ed note, see also Alfred Watkins, The Old Straight Track, Resonance BW, and John Mitchell, The View Over Atlantis, New York, Ballantine Books, 1969. 37. Thomas Allen, History of the County of Lincoln, p. 6. 38. Ibid, p. 7. There is little doubt that Lincolnshire felt the full force of a tremendous earthquake at some distant time. In the area of Boston great numbers of fir trees and oaks were found in a drain 40 feet deep, lying in all directions and appearing to have been torn up by the roots by great natural force. Near Boston itself were found a smith's forge, with horseshoes and other things made of iron, 16 feet below the surface, covered in silt. In 1696, near the Welland, at Spalding, at about 10 feet underground, were discovered jetties and the head of a tunnel which formerly emptied the land water into the old river, and near the river were unearthed several old boats from 20 to 30 yards distant, which showed that the river was wider formerly or had suddenly changed its course. In the same direction were dug up the remains of old tan vats or pits, and a great quantity of oxhorn and shoe soles of a strange unusual form with sharp pointed toes, which things show that the surface of the country lay anciently much lower than it now does and has been raised up by the sea. 39. The historian Dugdale contended that the fenlands were firm dry land, proved by the great amount of timber buried, for trees, except willows, will not thrive for the most part in standing water. The ocean, he claimed, broke into it with such violence that the woods were turned up by the roots and silt covered the ground to an extraordinary depth to the verge of the highlands. Skegness, formerly a great haven, walled in with a castle, was swallowed up by the sea, and at Wisbeck in 1635, workmen deepening the river found an earlier bottom 8 feet lower down. In 1796, Dr. de Syria and Sir Joseph Banks found a submarine forest stretching from Skegness to Grimsby. 40. The foregoing accounts show us that a severe disaster must have caused great destruction and alteration in this part of the world. Henry of Huntingdon, describing it as it was formerly, before the catastrophe, says. 39 Thompson, Boston, p. 276. 40 Sir William Dugdale, Embankment. This fenny country is rich and plenteous, yet, and beautiful to behold, watered with many rivers running down to it, garnished with a number of meres both great and small which abound in fish and fowl. And it is firmly adorned with woods and islands. William of Malmesbury also paid tribute to the former beauty of these parts. The fens were a very paradise and seemed a heaven for the delight and beauty thereof, in the very marshes bearing goodly trees which in tallness, as also without knots, strive to reach up to the stars. We may summarize the inquiry into Lincoln accordingly as a city of former great importance, preeminent before the time of the Romans, dominating a flat fertile plain and served by rivers, canals, and long-distance roadways. Apart from becoming, in the time of Vespasian and Titus at least, the military center of the country, it was a city of great commercial importance with ships carrying cargoes either for troops or for inland requirements. It was, in addition, sympathetic to the early Christian teachers, and was renowned for its many churches largely under the auspices of the Knights Templars, originally intended as a purely religious order, until 1172, when they were first placed under the direct authority of the Pope. The order was formed primarily to guard Christian places, and its members were sworn to chastity, poverty, and obedience, but, amassing wealth and power from the donations of their followers, they incurred the hostility of Philip IV of France, who persecuted and tortured them unmercifully. Finally, Clement V, who was placed on the papal throne by Philip, condemned the order in 1312. As a body protecting the holy places, their activity in Lincoln can perhaps be explained. One further point about this interesting city, which has survived terrestrial upset and many great fires, is its coat of arms, which consists of a shield divided into 4 parts by a cross, in the center of which is a fleur-de-lis. The shield is surrounded by a wreath of bay or laurel, indicating fame, with a bow and strings at the base. There was always significance in these ancient urban coats of arms, so such is probably the case here. The cross within the shield or wall may indicate the city of Seleucus Nicator divided into 4 quarters. The garland or wreath of bay, which preceded laurel as a symbol of homage, and the bow were both sacred to Apollo. The fleur-de-lis is more difficult to explain, and we can only speculate. Count Goblet d'Albiela, the authority on ancient symbols, relates it to the lotus flower and the trisola, trident. All 3 have an upstanding spike, and a leaf on either side. He inclines to relate it to the sun, but he shews with many examples that both the lotus and trisola were widely used in India, and remarks. In the centuries following the expedition of Alexander, it was Greek, or rather Greco-Asiatic art which influenced the development of Indian architecture and sculpture. 41. The founder of Antioch was Seleucus Nicator, who earned his laurels in India under Alexander. Did he then create the design, using the fleur-de-lis as his special emblem acquired from India, the four quarterings perhaps representing the city he built, and the bay leaves and bow in honor of his god, Apollo? With these facts and necessary surmises, we come to the crucial question whether Lincoln could be original city of Seleucus, Antioch in Syria. As classic and Bible history are normally interpreted, it is impossible, indeed fantastic, but as we are in search of the truth we must reject orthodox dogma when it proves faulty and misleading. The orthodox mind refuses for instance to regard Atlantis as more than a mere fable, for otherwise all its dogmatic tenets would be upset, and they must remain sacrosanct. The orthodox is too frequently a case of the blind leading the blind. Orthodoxy is at the mercy of a period when geography was not a science, with reference works scarce, unknown, or misinterpreted, while behind all lay concealed a deliberate intention to mislead the world for specific reasons. In the early days of Christianity many priceless works were committed to the flames, with the library of the Ptolemies deliberately burned by fanatical monks. The Renaissance and Reformation gave little or no help in these matters. 41 Count Goblet di Alviella, The Migration of Symbols, Resonance BW. Josephus is almost the only exception. He is an invaluable authority on the history of the Jews, of whom he was one. His work was allowed to survive the Holocaust because he did not spare the Jews in describing their wars with the Romans. He also paid lavish homage to Rome, as we know, and after the fall of Jerusalem he accompanied Titus to Rome, where he lived and died. Nevertheless, there is strong evidence of tampering and of interpolation in his works in many places. His references to Christ in the Antiquities of the Jews is generally regarded as an interpolation. There are many such. In one instance we find Titus accredited as saying to the rebellious Jews, "Have you stronger walls than we have? Pray, what greater obstacle is there than the wall of the ocean with which the Britons are encompassed and yet do adorn the arms of the Romans?" 42. Agrippa is supposed to have said, 30 years earlier, of the rebellious Jews, "They were encompassed by the ocean and inhabited an island not less than the continent of this habitable earth." 43. Did both think alike about this gem of hyperbole? There were no Roman walls in Britain until after both had long been dead. Agrippa's speech reeks of interpolation. These are but two of many such examples. But now to return to Lincoln. We have seen that it corresponds to Antioch in all essential particulars, which could scarcely have been duplicated. Situated on a high hill, like Antioch, with the river Trent flowing at its foot, like the Orontes, with waterways pointing to its importance as a commercial port, the city divided into four quarters exactly as in the case of Antioch, in a situation to be able to service the Roman armies in their wars with the Judaeans until Caesarea superseded it, placed in an ideal position for keeping watch and ward over the south and Midlands, and situated, as will be seen, in the original Syria, its site fits into its proper place. Its prestige as a colonia, as one of the earliest seats of Christianity, its wealth and importance both from a political and commercial aspect cannot be. 42 Josephus, Wars, 6, 2. 43 Ibid, 2, 16, 4. Doubted, its castle, its early church, signs of ornate villas and wealth, a series of great camps at Caen, Honington, Who Hill, etc., and other Roman stations at Horncastle, Ancaster and Caister, all speak of the former importance of this ancient city. In AD 115, Antioch was almost destroyed by an earthquake, said to have been one of the most appalling in history. The Emperor Trajan, who was staying at Antioch, escaped only with difficulty from the room in which he sought safety. Records of the period are so poor that we possess no actual record of whether Trajan visited Britain, though his name is represented at York by an inscription relating to the 9th Legion in AD 109-10. There is reason to believe that the Roman emperors visited Britain much more frequently than such few stories told by, for instance, Augustus, of whose presence there was no record, only certain allusions by Roman writers. If the earthquake in question, related to Antioch, were that which devastated Lincoln and the Fenlands, it agrees with a more suitable period than that reported comparatively late in 1185. The question of the site of Antioch is closely wrapped up with the position of Babylon. Both came under the jurisdiction of Seleucus Nicator, and Babylon lay properly in Syria, certainly not in Assyria. In the normal way, Babylon would have been his capital, had he not preferred to build his city of Antioch, which certainly implies that geographically the two places could not have been very far distant from one another. His reason for so doing may have been governed by the fact that Babylon had drifted largely into decay when Xerxes stripped it of its wealth and left it in a ruinous condition. Alexander himself, it is true, had stayed for some months in the castle or palace, and intended to restore it in a grandiose style, and to make it the new capital of the Macedonian Empire, had not death claimed him so early. It is equally true that Alexander may have been influenced by motives which did not affect Seleucus. But the facts demonstrate that the two cities could not have been far apart from one another. Yet what could be more divorced than Babylon from Antioch in Syria as defined in the Near East? Any atlas will shew us that Babylon lies, or its supposed ruins lie, over 750 miles east of the dubious Antioch, the two separated by a waterless, uninhabitable desert even less inviting than the Sahara, which possesses at least a few oases. How could a site so alien and separate have been the capital of Syria when so utterly divorced from it, to say nothing of Babylon's wealth and power in the time of Nebuchadnezzar? The Roman records of what happened in Britain, from the period after the siege and capture of Jerusalem by Titus in AD 69 to 70, are scanty and non-informative. Only one side item is worth note. Pedilius Ceriolus, a high Roman officer, a relative of Vespasian, who had been prominent in Britain from AD 61 onwards, once incurring severe defeat at the hands of the Silures, was under Titus the most prominent Roman general at the siege of Jerusalem in 70. In 71 he was appointed praetor in York. Are we to suppose that he was skipping from one end of the ancient world and back again in the days when travel outside the Roman Empire was perilous, and undertaking what was in any case a considerable journey? Similarly, Julius Severus, in 134, was in command of the Roman legions in Britain, his headquarters at York, then famed as Caesarea. He was dispatched by Hadrian to put down an insurrection of the Jews. We are supposed to believe that the emperor removed his general from Britain to the other end of the empire to fight the Jews. Hadrian himself, who visited York, probably more than once, appears to have directly inspected the arrangements he had instituted to keep the Jews behind their own wall until they were at length utterly defeated and expelled from their country. All this happened in Britain. It is a curious fact, but there exists scarcely a recorded trace of hostilities between the Britons and the Romans during the years AD 68 to 134, in the south, at least. In the north, across the border, there was never quietude. The Northerners fought with indomitable courage against great odds, inspired by hatred of the intruders who had struck at their freedom. The victories of Vespasian, Titus, Agricola, and Ceriolus came and went, but made little difference to their unrelenting struggle, until the time of Hadrian, who destroyed Jerusalem, Edinburgh, and its temple and expelled the Jews once and for all from their country, and caused them to be dispersed to other parts. This, however, is premature. It has this bearing on the situation of Antioch, inasmuch as, if Lincoln were Antioch, and York, originally Babylon, were Caesarea, both in Syria, adjoining the country of the Judaeans, in Edinburgh, they all fit together into the history, as they must do. If we go further back, to the first Roman clash of arms with the Jews, it was in 63 BC when Pompey, who had been fighting in the region of Pontus, the Baltic, not the Black Sea, went to Damascus, London, and compelled the rival kings of Judea, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, to enter into an armistice. Later he marched towards Jerusalem by way of Corea, on the southernmost boundary of Judea, really Syria, and pitched his camp at Jericho, Iraq, York, and finally proceeded to Jerusalem, which he besieged and duly captured. Thus the Jews lost their independence and became for the first time tributaries to the Romans. 44. The reader here will naturally ask how this can be explained away, since we have always been taught that Julius Caesar was the first Roman ever to set foot in Britain. That depends on what the Romans themselves intended by the name Britain or Britannia, and also what the natives in those times generally intended by it. Tacitus, for example, says that Caesar was the first Roman to lead an army into Britain, but his own works relate solely to the wars of Agricola against the Scots beyond the Bottitra or 4.45 Boes. The Scots historian says that Caesar invaded the regions about Stirling, and it seems that he did so. 46 The name Britain came from the north, originally Breton, or, as some believe, Cretan. 47 The Brigantes, who called themselves Britons after Brutus, migrated southwards comparatively late, but their original territories in Britain were in Scotland, Albany, or Albania, which embraced Perthshire, Fife, Stirling, and southwards to the 44 Josephus, Antiquities, 14, 3, 4. 45 Tacitus, Agricola, 13. 46 Hector Boes, Historia Scotorum. 47 C. Bigelow, Hitchhiker's Guide, for discussion on the transposing of P/C, or K, or Q. Solway Firth. The various tribes in what is now England went by their own tribal names under native rulers. Josephus uses Bible names or often Greek names of countries and cities and people. This is a very important distinction, which must be appreciated in order to reach a true understanding of past history in Britain. I introduced Pompey's invasion for a certain purpose in order to clarify topography. When he marched onward, doubtless following the usual Ermine Street which started from Damascus, on reaching Corea, he made his temporary camp at Jericho, renowned in the Old Testament as a walled city of great size and strength. Corea lay in the south of Yorkshire, near the Humber. The Corytani were a tribe in Lincolnshire, also in the Damnia region of Stirlingshire. Watt more wrongly places Corey near Market Weyden, the name appearing in the Iter of Ravennas, but it related to where now stands Doncaster, just inside the Yorkshire border. Corey, or Caer Corey, now Doncaster, was where Hengist built his castle of Corey, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth. 48 On this showing, Judea, in BC 63, extended almost as far south as the Humber. It was, however, in the past, Syrian territory. Of Jericho there is more to be said subsequently. When he was in this region, Pompey decided to cause certain maritime cities or ports to be repaired, including Jerusalem's port of Joppa, still a port of Edinburgh, Dora, Old Door, Flamborough Head, once a port, and Stratos Tower, all properly placed between York and Edinburgh. Stratos Tower, as Josephus explains, was subsequently rebuilt by Herod as a magnificent city. 49 He adorned it with harbors and temples, and changed its name to Caesarea, some 40 years after Pompey's conquest. Stratos Tower is one of the vital clues to the past. Herod, both admired and hated by the Jews, from whom he mainly derived his immense revenues, rebuilt this city, curiously named, in 48 Geoffrey of Monmouth, History of the Kings of Britain, 6, 11. 49 Josephus, Antiquities, 15, 9, 6. The very south of the then Judea, which adjoined the sea. He erected many buildings of white stone and most sumptuous palaces, and laid out an outer and an inner harbor, always, says the text, sheltered from the sea waves as conveniently near the city, with a double station or harbor for mooring ships. The entrance from the sea was protected by a mole against the great waves, and there were stone buildings and storage places for cargoes from abroad. For adornments he had set up 2 enormous colossi or images, one of Augustus Caesar, the other of Urbs Roma. 50. Urbs Roma depicted on an ancient Roman coin. This great work took some 12 years to complete. It was a curious operation, even more curious when fully realized. To begin with, Stratos Tower did not properly belong to the Judeans at all. It lay in Syria, but with the decline of that state and the increasing power of the Jews, it had been occupied by the latter, although there was constant friction between the two. Secondly, the great expenditure on Stratos Tower by Herod did not benefit Jerusalem, nay, it was a competitor of Joppa. Thirdly, the erection of the Colossi of Augustus and of Urbs Roma was not only a clear indication of homage to the imperial Caesar, but it offended the Jews themselves, for they regarded such images as forbidden by their faith. The sequel to this event was that, when the task was nearing completion, and the city was renamed Caesarea, in honor of Augustus, as though signifying that it was his city and port, an edict issued by Augustus Caesar in BC 14 released all Jews in Britain from slavery or taxation. 50 Josephus, Antiquities, 15. 51 Roberts, British History Traced, p. 238. It was no coincidence. Caesarea before long became the seat of the proconsul, the acme of Roman power in those parts. We have no direct knowledge whether Augustus visited Britain at this time, but Horace throws out hints. Of Augustus, he says, "Serves iterum Caesarum in ultimos orbis Britannos." Keep safe Caesar, about to go among the farthest Britons in the world. 52. And these significant words. Praesens divos habebiter Augustus, adjectus Britannis imperio. Augustus will be hailed a god, having thrown the Britons into his empire. 53. Having thrown the Britons into his empire. Significant words. May Horace have insinuated that Augustus came to an arrangement with Herod whereby the latter built the city and port to which he gave the name of Caesarea and held it in fief for the Romans? And that Augustus met the expense by relieving the Jews of the payment of tribute which they so bitterly resented? Herod had to exercise great diplomacy to keep in with Roman imperialism on the one hand and his turbulent subjects on the other. Caesarea became the military center of Roman power from which eventually Jerusalem was destroyed. When Titus marched his armies to the siege of Jerusalem, he concentrated his forces at Caesarea. It became the civil and military metropolis of so-called Palestine. 54. The Jews again and again claimed that their religion of the Mosaic law forbade them to pay tribute to any Gentile ruler. It lay at the back of the trouble in Hadrian's reign. This political arrangement between Augustus and Herod was probably a clever compromise, whereby Herod satisfied his subjects that his expenditure gave them a splendid city and port on their southern border and that they were relieved of taxation and slavery, whilst in the meantime Augustus obtained the strategic port that he needed. 52 Horace, Odes, I, 35. 53 Ibid, 3, 5. 54. No trace whatsoever of this important city and port exists in the present Palestine. A few fragments of stone pillars have been found, and the ruins of a fort erected by the Crusaders, having no estuary in a sandy desert where no man lives. Caesarea lay to the south of Jerusalem, whereas this supposed spot is in the north. How could so important a city vanish without leaving a trace? Hear what Josephus says of this strangely named Stratos Tower. The city itself was called Caesarea, which was also built of fine materials and was of fine structure. Nay, the very subterranean vaults and cellars had no less of architecture bestowed on them than had the buildings above ground. Some of these vaults carried things at even distances to the haven and to the sea. Both the rain and the filth of the citizens were together carried off with ease, and the sea itself, upon the flux of the tide, from without came into the city and washed it all clean. 55. A fine, almost modern city with an up-to-date drainage and sanitary system. But please note what Josephus is telling us. Caesarea lay on a tidal river. When the tide went out, it carried to the sea the drainage of the city, and when the tide came in, it washed out the city drains. But there are no tides in the eastern Mediterranean. Except near its entrance into the Atlantic, its tides are scarcely visible halfway to Israel. 56. Thus the conclusion must be that Stratos Tower or Caesarea was not in the Mediterranean. We may now surely raise the question of the earlier origin of Stratos Tower in the south of Judea, but properly in Syria. What was this city originally which had been allowed to fall into such neglect, much decayed, until Herod restored and aggrandized it? We are told it lay near the mouth of the river which flowed through the city. Who, then, was this elusive Strato who owned or built a tower? All we can gather is that he was an ancient king of Phoenicia, which may be interpreted as Chaldea. In other words, was it the ancient Babylon, which some 300 years earlier had fallen into neglect and ruin? Was Stratos Tower a latent memory of Babylon, after it had become deserted and the Seleucid hierarchy extinct? yet which became again prominent in the period of Roman domination for certain geographical, military, and political reasons, its former grandeur having faded into obscurity and the city itself only vaguely recalled by its tower, a case of sic transit gloria mundi. 55 Josephus, Antiquities, 15, 9, 6. 56 Ed Note, J. H. McElderry, Mediterranean Tides and Currents, Irish Astronomical Journal, Vol. 6, 1, p. 12. It is generally assumed that the Mediterranean is tideless, or that its tides are so small that they are not worth consideration. Such, indeed, appears to have been the case. It was situated in Shinar, the original land of Nimrod, in the plain, with its river referred to in the scriptures as Gozan, Uz, in a fertile country, where arose Erech and Babel, the latter name relating to the famous tower, of such majestic proportions and wealth in its heyday, when it captivated the imagination of the world. This name Babylon simply meant city of the gate, or entrance, of Bel, used evidently as a descriptive term like our modern reference to Rome as the papal city. Who was Bel? He was no other than Apollo, the Hyperborean, or Greek, or Chaldean deity, who was known to the ancient Britons as Bel or Belin, signifying Lord. 57 What relation could this northern god Apollo have borne to citizens dwelling in the Persian Gulf? The mere question shews its absurdity. Babylon's true name was Iraq, hence the later variation of York, which as the city of Bel or Belin demonstrates its northern origin and its astronomical significance. The name Bel or Belin was piously used by northern British or Pictish kings, like Cuno Belin, or Cassi Belon, which latter opposed the landing of Caesar and, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth, was buried in York. He also gives us King Belinus, the same name Latinized. The Cassi or Catti, as will be explained later, were the original Macedonians, of Chaldean, or Caledonian stock, Britons dwelling originally in northeastern Scotland who, in accordance with their history at a certain period became the ruling power as far south as York. Their place names are still found in Yorkshire in such rivers as the Ure, Calder, Chaldea, and Don, the Aberdeenshire River where they dwelt. This ancient relationship helps to explain why, when Alexander the Great marched south to Babylon, the people received him with loud acclamations and delight, and was probably one of the main reasons why he attempted to transfer his capital to Babylon, which action was only prevented by his untimely death. 57 Rev. Canon William L. Bowles, History of Bremhill, p. 50, claims that Stonehenge was dedicated to Apollo Belin and that the unknown god of Bath, with flaming hair and beard, was the same deity. These sidelights may seem somewhat premature before the facts are presented, but it is so, because the northern deity Belin or Apollo illuminates the history of Babylon when it lay in the grip of the Persian monarchs who adopted Zoroastrianism, otherwise the cult of Moses, less through religious fervor than a desire for conquest. The Persians had ready allies in Babylon, where a powerful Jewish underground movement was led by Daniel in order to betray the great city, which may be compared with the methods of certain modern informers. As yet, however, the evidence has mainly endeavored to shew that Babylon was a city of Shinar or Syria and not Assyria, that it lay in a state of ruin when Seleucus Nicator obtained possession of Syria, that he made the hilltop city of Antioch his capital in preference to Babylon, and drew away a large part of the population from the ancient capital which then steadily declined under various tyrants and eventually became known merely as Strato's Tower, that the Jewish kingdom, whose power advanced as that of Syria declined, obtained possession of it, and that the Romans, in the reign of Augustus Caesar, by a private political arrangement with Herod the Great, restored it, made it a fine port, and renamed it Caesarea. It scarcely needs to be repeated that Erech or Babylon, later called Strato's Tower, and lastly named Caesarea, was the ancient York, the eternal city, if such a description were ever applicable, visited by numerous Roman Caesars and emperors, from Pompey onwards, including, it would seem, Augustus, Vespasian, Titus, Hadrian and Trajan. The Emperor Severus died there, and his son and successor Caracalla was assassinated there by Allectus. Constantius, who made it the capital of the entire West, and also died there. Constantine the Great and Maximus were both proclaimed emperor there. It was a very great historical city, frequently damaged and destroyed, suffering all the vicissitudes of fortune, and, though venerable, in age beyond all others, yet remains today eternally young and vital.
Oh, wait. Oh, God. Morning.
Chapter 3. The City of Nebuchadnezzar. Chapter 3. The City of Nebuchadnezzar. Of the early Celtic inhabitants of the country 58 we know but little. Relics of the Stone, Bronze, and Iron Ages attest their presence. The hills are everywhere scarped with lines and entrenchments. It is extremely probable that York was the site of an ancient tribal settlement. Tradition says that the river banks, as far as the Humber, were protected by a chain of forts 2 miles apart. Canon James Rain. History to be properly understood demands a correct knowledge of the lands and areas involved, or otherwise it becomes misleading and largely valueless. The events pertaining to Babylon affect the world to this day, and if we fail to plant our feet firmly on its true soil they remain obscure, as though through a glass darkly. Much mystery surrounds, for example, the movements whereby the Israelites, besieged in their first capital, Hebron, Egyptian Thebes or Abaris, and, at the mercy of the Philistines, were permitted in the 8th year of King David's reign to remove themselves and all their belongings unmolested, to march through hostile territories and to seize, with little difficulty, the country of the Jebusites, with Jerusalem, over 400 miles distant. By Abram led originally south, they had, in times gone by, dominated the land of Mizraim for 500 years. After this long war they were at the complete mercy of their foes, the Philistines. Josephus calls it a great war. All Syria and Phoenicia, with many others besides, came against the Hebrews 59. 58 York is here being referred to. 59 Josephus, Antiquities, 7, 4, 1. The terms granted them were surprising for those harsh times. David was allowed to collect all those of his people willing to follow him and march away, wives and families too, retaining their personal belongings, to the city of Jebus, which fell like ripe fruit into their hands. Such tolerance is almost inexplicable, until we can divine the reason. It seems that the surrounding nations, Egyptians or Philistines, Syrians and Tyrians, agreed among themselves that the Israelites must go elsewhere, and to give them the opportunity, free of molestation, if they moved to a region far from their former habitation. 60 Moreover, to reach the land of the Jebusites they had to pass through Syria. Probably the subsequent close friendship between King Hiram of Tyre and David had something to do with this migration. In my identification of the true sites in question, these Israelites who for centuries had dominated the west and south from the vicinity of Avebury, in Wiltshire, where the great camp called Barbury Castle marks the original site of the citadel, Hebron, assembled there under David and trekked all the way to where Edinburgh now stands. They totaled about 250,000 persons according to Manetho, the Egyptian historian, though Josephus estimates a much higher figure, and they included 367,000 armed men. 61. The compiler of the Book of Chronicles subsequently endeavored to conceal the immensity of the Hebrew disaster, the text suggesting that the elders went to Hebron to anoint David as king, whereas he had already been their monarch for 7 years. I Chronicles 11, 1-3. Finally they set forth to acquire their new city, with the evident consent of their former foes. What route did they follow? My estimate of the period when David led his followers to Jerusalem is BC 1649, nearly 3,600 years ago. Nothing very extraordinary considering the great age of civilization in Britain. The date, I may add, being based on astronomy. 62 we. 60 Josephus, against Apian, I, 4. 61 Josephus, Antiquities, 2, 2. 62 Britain, the key to world history. Have followed the Fosse Way, which then existed as an Atlantean highway, running not far north of Avebury, passing through Cirencester, a Philistine or Egyptian frontier city, leading on to Lincoln and York, and then northward again along the Ermine Street to their destination. If this were their route, they marched through Syria evidently with the consent of the Syrians. The passageway, avoiding the wilderness, as the scriptures describe the forest and rough lands, is always important in tracing prehistoric movements. An exodus such as this indicates that main thoroughfares must have existed, especially when the refugees were loaded up with their belongings. Higden and other antiquarian authorities have maintained that Ermine Street ran between Caithness and London. This supports its existence as early as the time of Abraham, who set out from Ur of the Chaldees, South Orkney, and must have used a via through the immense Caledonian forest, so thick and impenetrable in many parts. As he went to Damascus before he moved on to the land of Canaan, his journey affords evidence of the existence of Ermine Street. Alternatively, reaching London, Damascus, whence he turned westward, his probable route was the road known as the Devil's Highway, a very old route also, and part of the Great West Road from London to Staines, via Bagshot Heath, thence to Silchester, Marlborough, near Avebury, and finally to Bath Point 63. 63 The Roman road from London, which branching at Silchester communicated with the west of England and South Wales, is not referred to in the laws of Edward, though it was as important as any of the four ways. The road takes a direct course from London to cross the Thames at Staines, beyond which it bends slightly towards the south, and then turns due west, straight to Silchester, the Roman Calleva at Trevitum. From Silchester a road of which little trace remains led to the north. To the south the road went to Winchester, and on to Porchester and Chichester, to beyond Southampton, and to Old Sarum. To the southwest the portway led direct to Old Sarum, from which one road went to Dorchester and Exeter, and another westward, perhaps on to the Mendips.
There you go.
From Silchester to the west was a road to Speen, where it divided, one branch going to Bath and across the Severn to Caerleon and South Wales, and the other to Cirencester, Gloucester, Brecon, and to beyond Carmarthen. Crossing these roads was a road from Winchester by Marlborough to near Wanborough, which formed a part of Higden's Ermine Street from St. David's to Southampton. T. Codrington, Roman Roads in Britain, 1919. Roads sufficient for traffic, apart from tracks over hill and dale, of which numbers yet survive, speak eloquently of the means of transport, and there were numerous canals as well. In Plato's Critias it is said that the Atlanteans possessed enormous numbers of chariots for warfare, as did also the Philistines and others, which necessitated highways. The god Hermes, among his many services to man, was the deity of traffic and roads, and images of him were set up at crossroads by the Greeks and Britons. Point 64. This takes us back to the long trek of the Israelites from Mizpah to Jerusalem, Avebury to Edinburgh, for inferentially they had the consent of the Syrians to use their highway. It must have been part of the agreement that their migration allowed them the use of the highway to their new destination, and any such agreement would assuredly have included consent to their seizing the city of Jebus, which, according to the Greek traditions, was a city of the Enchelians, or Enchalds. According to their geography, it lay in Illyria, 65 the Greek Illyria being, as will be shown in due course, the British Siluria, where stands Edinburgh. The name Enchelians or Encheles can lead to an interesting disquisition as to these people, who were absorbed into Judea, with the name so close to the Scandinavian Angles, or English. At all events the arrangement was apparently satisfactory to all parties. Shortly afterwards we find that King Hiram of Tyre, at that time the wealthiest and most important monarch, proffered the most generous aid to both David and Solomon, and assisted largely to build the Temple of Solomon, a temple dedicated to Molech or Melk, king, the Tyrian Melkarth, the god, not hero, Hercules, otherwise Poseidon, the powerful lord. That this was so was indicated by its molten sea, which Josiah destroyed, and other Phoenician symbols. Hiram was probably the High Ram, or Hermes of that period in the south, and was thus able to save the Israelites and become the patron and friend of David and Solomon. 64 The riddle of prehistoric Britain. 65 Herodotus, History, I. 73. This tends to simplify the situation, but in no wise fits in with the accepted sites in the present Palestine, where Hebron is sited a few miles from the current Jerusalem and the powerful Philistines are accorded a tiny stretch of territory, separated from Egypt by the desert of Sinai. Such geography falls to British history. The foregoing explains the itinerary of Judaeans to Jerusalem, Edinburgh, but what of Babylon? Babylon, at that period, had not achieved its later power. It was Chaldean, or Syrian, because its founder, Nimrod, had descended from the mountains of Chaldea to the plain which they called Shinar. 66 Josephus describes Nimrod as a bold man and of great strength of hand. 67 exemplified in Genesis 10:9 as the mighty hunter before the Lord. This description is noteworthy because the fabulous great hero of prehistoric Greece was Orion, also the great and mighty hunter who was subsequently placed among the constellations. Corey in his well-known work states that Orion was the founder of Babylon and its first king. 68 Nimrod and Orion were apparently one and the same. It may be permissible to draw the reader's attention to the curious resemblance between the ancient and long prehistoric hero Fingal, or Finmakau, White Gale, and Orion. Fingal, illustrious warrior, conqueror, and hunter, able in one stride to reach Aran Island from Mole, resembles Orion, the mythical hunter of great size and strength, who was placed by Hermes among the constellations, where Sirius nearby is described by Homer as the dog of Orion, as Ben Cruachan was the dog of Fingal. 69. This comparative myth suggests that Nimrod, one of the earliest of the race of Titans, or sons of Adam, a giant among giants, reputed always as a great hunter, led his followers from the mountains of Chaldea or Scotland to the plain of Shinar, and was later immortalized by transfer to the celestial heavens in the ancient. 66 Josephus, Antiquities, I. 4:1. 67 Josephus, Antiquities, I. 4:1. 68 J. P. Corey, Ancient Fragments, 12. 69 The Riddle of Prehistoric Britain. On the Goldsby Stone, an ancient Chaldean zodiac, the figure of Orion is given. Sirius was the watchdog of Orion, the Watcher. Zodiac. This is in accord with classic references to the earliest civilization attributed to the Hyperboreans, or, in other words, to the Chaldeans or Ethiopians, all one and the same. It accords also with the great antiquity of Babylon, which was traditionally built by giants. Moreover, it indicates that the founders of Babylon were prehistoric Gaels from the north. Also, it fits in with the contention that the Gaelic Senans of Yorkshire and Lincoln were descendants of the Sena in the plain of Shinar. Whereby we return to the vicissitudes of Babylon, which I claim was the original city of York, formerly Iraq, and later Stratos Tower, then Caesarea, and finally Eberacum or Jorvik. According to the vestiges of Beres's history of the Chaldeans, he himself being one, Nabopolassar sent his son against the Egyptians, Wessex and Wales, Coel Syria, the Central Plain, and Phoenicia, Dorset, and died while Nebuchadnezzar was absent on this campaign, in which he was victorious. He hastened to return as soon as possible to Babylon and found that the principal men of the Chaldeans had preserved his throne for him. He adorned the temple of Bel and other temples with the spoils he had captured in the war. Beresus continues. He also rebuilt the older city and added another suburb to it on the outside, across the river, and so far restored Babylon that none who should besiege it afterwards should have it in their power to divert the river so as to facilitate entrance to it, and this he did by building 3 walls about the inner city and 3 about the outer. 70. It is one of the characteristic features of Babylon that the main river flowing through the city is emphasized unusually. It lay on a branch of the river Euphrates, or Parath, which is claimed earlier related to what is now the North Sea but was originally an extension of the Rhine, whose twisted and contorted mouths today indicate great geological changes in that region, as early history reveals. Nebuchadnezzar, as Beresus says, foresaw the possibility of diverting the stream called Gozan, Uz, which very act Cyrus did later accomplish, with the aid of treachery from within. 70 Josephus, against Apian, I. 19. The fluvial conditions of York are so similar in all comparable respects to those of Babylon that they might be considered together. The river which flowed in from the Euphrates and washed the city is like the Humber and the river Ouse which bisects York. Beyond the west bank of the river of Babylon we learn of the existence of a large lake or mere, which Semiramis was reputed to have begun to lay out from a marshy tract, but according to Herodotus, Queen Nitocris, the mother of Belshazzar, caused it to be made occupying an area of about 40 square miles. It was originally a marsh or morass and became such again after the capture of Babylon by Cyrus. 71 The Vale of York was correspondingly very marshy to the west and south, an area very flat with several rivers running into it, and uniting with the Ouse. This tract was formerly known as the Levels, and was half swamp, half unenclosed moorland. 72 It was in fact part of the fenlands descending into Lincoln and beyond. We are told that at Babylon a canal led from the river to the lake, which could have been near York where the river wharf flows into the Ouse a little below the city. All this region is naturally flat and marshy, and the Humber estuary was formerly longer and wider than today's, it being now much silted up, and it answers to the eastern Hamath area, Great Hamath, otherwise the great mouth of the river. There were two separate Hamaths, one relating to the mouth of the Bristol Avon, and the other to the Humber. 73. When Cyrus encamped before Babylon, whose inhabitants had made every preparation for a long siege, and regarded their city as impregnable, he realized the impossibility of taking it by storm and decided to turn the course of the river into the lake or swamp. What he did was to dam the river near where it entered and left the city, then cut trenches off the river to a huge trench he caused to be dug along the circumvallation of the city and thus drew off the surplus waters. When all was prepared he sent troops to break down the dam or gates of the canal which released the surplus waters from 71 Rev. William Lawson, Scripture Gazetteer, I. p. 271. 72 Morris, East Riding of Yorkshire, p. 10. 73 Britain, The Key to World History, pp. 85-9, 107-8, 115. The river into the lake, all being done under cover of darkness when the Babylonians were holding a religious revel and neglecting the guard. The river was then drained sufficiently to enable his soldiers to enter through the heavy brass gates, which in at least two places had been carelessly or deliberately left unlocked. These gates or locks were, it appears, built in tunnels which penetrated the surrounding walls, but there is reason to believe betrayal was at work over this easy conquest, for Cyrus risked losing the flower of his army had his ruse been detected. No ancient city was ever more eulogized for its grandeur and the height of its walls. Its glory was essentially owed to King Nebuchadnezzar and his father Nabopolassar, who defeated the surrounding nations, and, after the downfall of Nineveh, made it the world's capital, a center of great trade, enterprise, and wealth. Classic writers describe a city forming an immense square, traversed by 25 streets intersecting one another, which resulted in numerous smaller squares, not unlike a modern American city, and, it might be averred, like the indications of the lost city's crisscross streets traceable in Caithness. 74 The principal thoroughfares terminated in a series of brass gates of prodigious strength and thickness, over which towered the immense walls, and outside the walls was a deep moat or ditch except where the river flowed. The estimated height of the original walls varies greatly. Herodotus made them 337 feet high and 84 feet wide, Ctesias and Orosius, 300 feet, and Diodorus 75 feet. After Darius, Histisps lowered them, some accounts say to 50 feet. Diodorus says also that 6 chariots could ride abreast on their summit, though Herodotus states only one, but he includes houses on either side. Their extent also differs from a circumference of from 40 to 60 miles, but Quintus Curtius, in his History of Alexander, said that only 90 stadia, about 11 miles, were occupied with buildings in rows and that a great space stood apart and grew produce etc. 74 See Infra, pp. 111-4. Nebuchadnezzar's outstanding works were the Temple or Tower of Bel and the New Palace. The latter was erected by him on the west of the river. Cyrus and, later, Alexander, occupied this palace, and there the great Macedonian died of pneumonia contracted from a chill. The famous hanging gardens were laid out in the park of this palace, consisting of artificial mounds with a succession of terraces with a variety of trees which were planted to please his queen Amytis, a Median princess, who came from a mountainous country, thus contrasting with the flat plain where Babylon stood. On the east of the river, exactly opposite, we are told, stood the old palace, in the original city, adjoining which Nebuchadnezzar built a bridge which here crossed the river to the new palace and city, so that at either end of it was one or other of the palaces surrounded with immense walls. Is it a coincidence that the site of these two palaces is exactly duplicated at York, by the old Baal on the west of the Ouse, whose origin is unknown to antiquarians, and the original palace facing it? In ancient deeds the former is referred to as Vetus Balium, or Old Bailey, signifying a place of security. Sheehan and Willan, in their work on York, describe it nearly a century ago as ornamented with a small plantation of trees, and from its summit is a fine view of York. 75 The general view of historians, they state, is that there was a castle on the summit of this artificial tumulus in the time of the Saxons and that of William the Conqueror, to serve as the chief garrison in that part of the city, not lying on the same side as the other castle. 76. Naturally, historians and others have taken a very different angle to that presented here. They would no more have associated the old Baal with Nebuchadnezzar's new palace than with Timbuktu. Yet we, pursuing a different clue, have here an artificial tumulus, a mound ornamented with trees, indeed a queer coincidence were it not the site of the Hanging Gardens, comparing exactly, it might be said, in situation, with the original palace across the river which the king of Babylon built for his queen. 75 J. J. Sheehan and T. Willan, History and Topography of the City of York, I. p. 337. 76 Ibid. As regards the other castle on the east of the Ouse, Sheehan and Willan mention that it was believed by Drake, the earlier historian of York, to have been erected by the conqueror on the site of an earlier fortress. It was entirely surrounded by a deep moat, accessible only by two drawbridges. The principal gate was formerly on the east side, near the castle mills, and a small archway under the walls of the gate marked the spot where the ancient drawbridge was erected. In Leland's time, Henry VIII, it was in a ruinous state. He writes, "There be 5 ruinous towers in it." 77. One further point by these two writers may be mentioned. Within the walls of the castle, they say, stands the beautiful ruin called Clifford's Tower. It stands on a lofty mound of earth which, at some remote period, has been thrown up by immense labor. This tumulus and ruin exactly correspond with Old Baal Hill on the opposite side of the river. Drake thinks that a tower stood on the mound during the Roman residence. There is something about Clifford's Tower possibly of great interest to which I will revert a little later. Let us first examine the evidence about the famous Tower of Babel. In proximity to the original old palace of Nebuchadnezzar stood the Temple of Bel, erected before his time, but which he very nearly, if not completely, rebuilt, increased and heightened, as well as enriched, early in his reign. This immense edifice captivated the imagination of the ancients. Constructed of bricks and slime, tar, it rose from the ground in 8 portions or floors, like one tower superimposed on another. Ascent to its summit was by outside stairs, a spiral staircase with a resting place provided with seats at each flight. In the various compartments or stories were rooms with arched roofs, supported by pillars, which were related to the worship of the god. The topmost edifice was most sacred, expressly dedicated to the god Bel, furnished with a couch and table both of solid gold, but having no statue of the god, who was believed to. 77 Ibid. p. 338. As in Babylon, both places faced one another across the river with a connecting bridge. Occupy it at his pleasure. The wealth of this temple in statues, censers, cups, and other sacred vessels, all of solid gold and massive size, was almost fabulous. One golden image alone, 40 feet in height, weighed 1,000 Babylonian talents. According to Rollin, the French historian, when Xerxes plundered the temple of its immense wealth, its value was over 21 million sterling. 78. According to Diodorus, the upper part was an observatory, the Chaldeans being most famed beyond all others for their skills in astronomy. When Alexander the Great took Babylon, Callisthenes, the philosopher, discovered that they had recorded astronomical observations going back 1,903 years from that time. The construction of this vast edifice had two definite purposes. One was astronomical, especially to watch Helios, Sirius. The other as a place of refuge in the event of another flood. Helios, otherwise Bel or Belin, was the Hyperborean Apollo, traditionally born in Delos, and was of the most vital importance in the eyes of the classic world as the true habitation of the deity himself. 79 Sirius, the star of Hermes, the god of the astronomers, was always regarded with anxiety as the harbinger of drought, pestilence, wars, and celestial visitations, comets and meteors. The Hyperboreans or Chaldeans, the same, related Sirius to the cause of the great catastrophe and deified it as Apollo. How would this, it may reasonably be asked, have affected the religion and astronomy of the ancients dwelling in the Persian Gulf, where no such catastrophe ever occurred, or its traces could be distinguished? In Britain it was an entirely different matter. The great catastrophe destroyed Ur of the Chaldees, and it would seem that naturally Babylon, with Borsippa the center of Chaldean influence after Ur, would succeed as the seat of the Chaldean hierarch. This would explain the king's claim to be the Chaldean Hermes, the supporter of the god Apollo. He reconstructed the Temple of Bel, based on 78 Lawson, Scripture Gazetteer, I. p. 264. 79 Revered in Greek mythology. The riddle of prehistoric Britain. Astronomy. Some 110 years after that malign event, he then being regarded, it would appear, as the living Hermes, messenger of the gods, chief of the Magi, in which capacity set up his famous image of Bel in the plain of Dura. It implied his image as a god king. 80. That the temple was in essence astronomical, whereby from its summit the star Sirius was observed closely in all his phases and quadratures, was fully recognized. Sirius, as Bel, or Belin, was carefully watched at Stonehenge and elsewhere in Britain, and when we consider the tradition, that the tower was first erected after the flood in case God should be minded to destroy the world again, the basic principle resembles the Great Pyramid, raised, despite all the learned claims to the contrary, for the like purpose, although of totally different design, namely to preserve the sacred caste of druids or priests in the event of another flood. The wise men of old, and Nebo was the god of wisdom, magi, astronomers, and rulers, thus endeavored to arrange for their self-preservation in this high tower in the event of another like catastrophe, for the water would have to mount very high to drown them, whereby they anxiously scanned the skies and watched Sirius. Owing to the wisdom of these ancient Chaldean astronomers, we have the prehistoric sacred engraved zodiacal stones with their portentous message in Caledonia, including especially the Golpsy stone, which contains in celestial symbols the information of when, how, and where the flood occurred in the time of Noah. Appendix B. The height of this Tower of Bel, according to Strabo and Dionysius, was one stadium, usually taken as 600 feet, the Olympiad measurement of the Greeks, but possibly 631 feet. No wonder this monster tower captivated the imagination of the ancient world, being at least twice the height of Nelson's Column in London, or about that of the Woolwich Building in New York, but considerably less than the Eiffel Tower in Paris, which reaches to 906 feet, and has an additional chamber for astronomical study. 80 W. Smith, Bible Dictionary, pp. 599, 891. Nebo/Nebu, Hermes, Chad/Cat, Kaddish, Holy, Nezkar/Nazar, Prophet. Defying Jehovah as it did in the eyes of certain Jewish prophets, extraordinary and phenomenal as it would be in the eyes of most, it was a practical undertaking for its intended purpose. The ownership of Bel or Apollo, and the importance attached to the god astronomically, offers evidence of considerable importance, for his worship was established in the north, as he was the Hyperborean deity in Excelsis, as he was also that of the Chaldeans, otherwise Caledonians, and of the Hellenes, who dwelled in northern Britain and Ireland, the true Hellas, or Hades. Apollo had no connection whatsoever with the regions of the Orient, and provided one of the great truths about the true trend of antiquity. Consider Babylon also in conjunction with the evidence of Stratos Tower, situated on its tidal river, which negates any connection with countries washed by the present Persian Gulf. 81. When we consider also the suburb on the other bank of the river, or the two castles facing one another, one on a mound of trees and shrubs, recalling the hanging gardens, and of the swamp and meres to the southwest of Babylon. These cannot be dismissed as coincidences. Nor should we overlook the proximity of York to Lincoln, the one being originally Babylon, the other Antioch. Finally, place names, as Erech or York, Borsippa, and Eboracum, with the river Gozan answering to the Uz, all complete the identification of Babylon, otherwise Erech, later Stratos Tower, with Caesarea. There are also other traces to be produced. 81. Ed note, tides rise to 5 feet in the Persian Gulf, according to the Encyclopedia Britannica, and up to 25 feet in the Humber Estuary, according to the UK Environment Agency. Warning, empty page. Chapter 4. Nebuchadnezzar and the Jews. Babylon's growing power under Nebuchadnezzar alarmed Pharaoh Necho of Egypt, who made war on him, in which he was heavily defeated, and his ally Josiah, king of Judah, slain in battle. As a result, Judah became a dependency of Babylon and its warlike monarch. One after the other, the succeeding kings of Judah were treated as mere ciphers and slain or deposed. Jehoiakim rebelled and was taken in chains to Babylon, along with some of the sacred golden vessels from the Temple of Solomon, which were deposited in the Temple of Bel. 3 months later, his successor, Jehoiachin, was also taken, together with his mother and family, to Babylon, with the remaining goodly vessels from the temple, totaling 5,400 in all, which were again deposited with Bel. In Jehoiachin's place followed Zedekiah, who lasted 11 years until he also rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear before God. Moreover, all the chiefs of the priests, and the people, transgressed very much after all the abomination of the heathen, and polluted the house of the Lord, which he had hallowed in Jerusalem. 2 Chronicles 36, 13-4. This seems a significant and curious statement from a Mosaic source, nor does it stand alone. Jeremiah makes much the same claim. Does it mean that they had already deserted the reforms of Josiah and relapsed into their previous paganism? Was Nebuchadnezzar himself supporting the Mosaic faith? There are reasons to suppose this was the case. Evidently, the king of Babylon decided to end the Judean kingdom. He burnt down the Temple of Solomon, broke down the city wall, destroyed the palaces, and took away the remaining treasures. He finally removed the remaining inhabitants where they were servants to him and his sons until the reign of the kingdom of Persia. 36:20. The tribulations of the people of Jerusalem were severe. They suffered from dire famine and the city was burned over their heads. Nebuchadnezzar's treatment of Zedekiah was cruel and savage even for those harsh times. Defeated. It seems to have been related to religious beliefs, so-called, captured in the plains of Jericho, which was actually the Hebrew name for Erech or Babylon. He was brought before the Babylonian king at Riblah, possibly Ripley, an ancient name for Harrogate. Nebuchadnezzar caused Zedekiah's sons to be slain before his very eyes and then carried him off in chains to Babylon, where he was no more heard of. 2 Kings 25, 5-7. What lay behind the policy of Nebuchadnezzar is a mystery. It was not loot he wanted, for the temple treasures were merely stored in the Temple of Bel. It was not fear of any alliance within Egypt because Necho had been badly which so largely directed state policy. This period in question is outstanding in matters of religion, which were in effect mainly political, but affecting the Jews. On the one hand was Nebuchadnezzar, the Chaldean Hermes, claiming to be a living deity with his god Apollo, and on the other, across the narrow waters of the Euphrates, was the advance of the militant gospel of Zoroaster, consuming fire, actually the Mosaic or Jehovah faith. This Mosaic or Zoroastrian cultus, supported by the Medes and Persians, and others, really based on the use of armaments, otherwise firearms, on an extensive scale, had already triumphed in Mysia, Phrygia, Assyria, and elsewhere in the northeast of the continent. The Medes and Persians were only biding their opportunity to capture Babylon. To realize the atmosphere which preceded Nebuchadnezzar's reign, a short summary of how the Moses cult was introduced to the Judeans by subterfuge is given from my previous work. Point 82. 1. The great catastrophe or flood had taken place in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, less than 125 years before the period under consideration. Applying its effects, as already seen, its action paralyzed the west of Britain far more than the east, which escaped comparatively free. Jerusalem, on the site of the present Edinburgh, was badly shaken and damaged by earthquake and tidal wave. Babylon escaped anything serious. 2. The period in question had coincided with Moses and the plagues of Egypt. Moses, calling himself Rabshakeh, brought the 82 Britain, the key to world history. Jehovah, or JHVH, or IAO, were all variations of the Mosaic cult. IAO was the secret name of Yahovah. Cult of Zoroaster to the west with enormous armaments, and his new deity Jehovah, or consuming fire. 3. An event in the 18th year of Josiah proved that the Judeans had hitherto never heard of Moses and his laws. The circumstances indicated that a secret concord between the priesthood had operated to establish the Mosaic faith, for their own purposes. Josiah, greatly influenced by the threats, overthrew the former forms of worship and proclaimed the Mosaic deity Jehovah. 4. The chief priest Hilkiah, and Shaphan, the scribe, in the 18th year of Josiah, introduced this revolutionary new faith only 35 years before Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem and its temple. For some 18 years previously, numbers of leading Jews had been taken as prisoners to Babylon and were given much freedom. Subsequent events indicate that a powerful Jewish underground movement existed to betray Babylon to the Medes and Persians under Cyrus. 83. In the circumstances of his age, Nebuchadnezzar, the Chaldean hierarch, would be expected to regard as dangerous foes those with leanings towards the Mosaic faith, or Zoroastrianism, which was becoming more menacing, not only in its religious claims, but in armaments. The Chaldean priests were bitter enemies of this new creed, but Nebuchadnezzar became swayed by motives difficult to account for except that he became mentally unbalanced. Bible history comes to us through Mosaic spectacles, but it brought on the Jews the hatred of civilized nations by their intolerant claims and led to their ultimate downfall as an independent people. Nebuchadnezzar in his treatment of the Judeans did not dethrone their kings or destroy their city through any of the usual motives of a conqueror. He tolerated their kings until they became hostile and adverse towards him. Even their sacred treasures he seized were not taken for their intrinsic value, for he only stored them in his great temple of Bel, and he gave them 15 years to adjust their policy to his before he destroyed Jerusalem and overthrew Solomon's temple. 83 Ibid. We can obtain the clue to his outlook from 2 or 3 different directions. The motives which actuate the policy of rulers are always of concern, and in the case of Nebuchadnezzar, who regarded himself as the living representative of Bel, it would naturally have caused him to show strong hostility toward the Mosaic creed. He was very different to Cyrus, who used religion as a political weapon to further his own aims. Jessel says, in those portions of the Bible which give an account of events after Solomon, we find occasional references to Moses, his laws, statutes, and commandments, interpolations of the scribes to pave the way for the astounding discovery made in the reign of Josiah. 84 Everything should point to Nebuchadnezzar's hostility to the Mosaic cult, which was that forced upon the world subsequently by the Medes and Persians. What occurred, as reported in 2 Kings 22, I repeat, was that the high priest Hilkiah, in the 18th year of Josiah, only 16 years before Nebuchadnezzar invaded Jerusalem, discovered a scroll, mysteriously hidden somewhere in the temple, which was read by Shaphan, a scribe to the king who, directly he heard the threats conveyed in this portion of the law of Moses, was greatly disturbed, rent his clothes, and blamed his forefathers for not having hearkened unto the words of this book. 2 Kings 22:13. It is evident that until this particular moment neither the king nor his forefathers, nor the Judeans, had ever heard of Moses or his laws. All the previous kings had lived and died in supreme ignorance of such a prophet, Dr. A. Kehonan, in the religion of Israel, citing Deuteronomy 26 and 28, suggests that the passages read to Josiah related to the first fruits for the Lord, i.e., the priesthood, and tithes to the Levites, the fighting caste, with savage penalties of destruction from heaven, pestilence, and defeats, to those who disobeyed these precepts. They probably also scared the king in regard to idols and graven images, for which sin it was threatened that the Lord God is a consuming fire, and would destroy and scatter them among the nations. Deuteronomy 4:24-8. 84 E. Jessel, The Unknown History of the Jews. The result of this explosive ultimatum caused Josiah to call the elders to the temple, where he read the damning passages in question and made a public vow to keep these commandments. He brought out all the temple vessels made for Baal in the grove, and other pagan treasures, and burnt them. He defiled Tophet in the valley of Hinnom, so that no man might sacrifice his children by passing them through the fire to Molech, took away the horses of the sun, and its chariot, in Solomon's temple, and burnt them, and put down the idolatrous priests who served Molech. 2 Kings 23:1-4. It is plain that hitherto the Judaeans had worshipped Molech, otherwise Melkarth, the god of Tyre as also of Solomon, to whose activities were attributed earthquakes and pestilences. The molten sea in Solomon's temple, with its chariot and horses, conveying a statue of the god, actually Poseidon, supported by brazen bulls below holding up the molten sea, reveal the ancestral form of pagan worship as late as Josiah's day. It reveals the fraud imposed on the subsequent Jews of pretending an earlier Moses in the history of Israel than his true period, which was only a little prior to that now being explained. How far Jeremiah, so active in the subsequent reign of Zedekiah, may be accepted as authentic apart from doctrine, depends on the biblical scribes and revisers. Taking his fulminations on their merits, in the 10th year of Zedekiah, when Jerusalem was besieged by Nebuchadnezzar, it seems that Josiah's reforms had been largely thrown aside. Jeremiah prophesied that Nebuchadnezzar would take the city because the nation had done evil. Their kings and princes had provoked the Lord to anger, including also their priests and prophets. They built the high places of Baal which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom to cause the sons and daughters to pass through the fire unto Molech, which I commanded them not. Jeremiah 32:35. He also accused them of offering incense unto Baal. 11:17. They had walked after the imagination of their own heart, and after Baalim, which their fathers taught them. 9:14. It would seem that Jeremiah accused them of relapsing to their old Hebrew deities despite Josiah's conversion. Later scribes, having to adduce a reason for Josiah's desertion, fell back on the shortcomings of Manasseh, Josiah's predecessor, as this passage indicates. Notwithstanding Josiah's reforms, the Lord turned not from the fierceness of his great wrath, whereby his anger was kindled against Judah, because of all the provocations that Manasseh had provoked him withal. 2 Kings 23:26. In view of the conversion of Josiah, it would seem to many a trivial excuse. It appears, however, strangely enough from many happenings, that Nebuchadnezzar's anger was kindled against the Judaeans not because they had adopted the Mosaic doctrine but because they were relapsing to their former gods and idols. This is seen in his contacts with Ezekiel. His attitude towards Jeremiah was also very friendly. The prophet, accused by the princes and judges of falling away to the Chaldeans, was thrown into a dark dungeon and nearly starved to death, but immediately the city was seized he was at once released by order of the king of Babylon, and sent for safety to Gedaliah, and made governor of Mizpah by Nebuchadnezzar. When Gedaliah was assassinated by Ishmael, Jeremiah was led, with the daughters of Zedekiah, to the palace of the king of Egypt. 85. A clear indication of Nebuchadnezzar's apparent attitude to the Mosaic cult would appear to be related to the setting up of his god as a golden image in the plain of Dura, as a test of faith, but from later events it is in doubt. The book of Daniel describes this prodigious idol as 60 cubits, almost 30 meters, in height, and 6 cubits, almost 3 meters, in breadth. To its dedication he 85 Mizpah, Avaberry, lay near Rabbath-Ammon, Bath. Johanan intercepted Ishmael's intention to take Jeremiah to Rabbath, but conducted him, together with the two daughters of the king, to the border of Egypt, the Severn estuary, and to Pharaoh Necho's palace at Tahpanhes, land on Taf. From the passage crossing of the Severn they were taken to Tahpanhes, where from remote times there stood a castle. The princesses were adopted by Pharaoh and, in accordance with ancient custom, were termed daughters of Pharaoh. Jeremiah concealed some great stones near the royal palace, and here for a time he probably secreted the Leah-Phael or coronation stone which he brought away from Jerusalem. Jeremiah 42:17, 43:1-10. We know that at this time he was attended by his faithful adherent Baruch, 43:3. Irish traditions claim that Jeremiah sailed to Ireland, taking the two daughters of Pharaoh with him, also the Leah-Phael, accompanied by Baruch. One of the princesses, Tefni, married Hiriman, a prince of the Tuatha De Danann, at Tara. Jeremiah died in Ireland and was buried there. Al Totten, Our Race and Its Destiny, Resonance BW. The coronation stone reached Scotland from Ireland. Commanded the presence of the elite of the nation, all the princes, governors, captains, judges, treasurers, councillors, and sheriffs, proof of a highly civilized government, with others of all tongues. He had a full band of musicians and a herald, who cried out to all nations and languages to fall down and worship the image when the musicians played the chord. Daniel 3:4-5. Any who refused would be condemned to a ready-prepared fiery furnace. It is open to question how the miracle was performed whereby Daniel's three friends, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, were thrown into the furnace yet remained unscathed and were seen walking unharmed in the midst of the fire, and with a fourth, like the Son of God, accompanying them, for the Jews had never heard then of the Son of God. 3:25. It needs considerable faith to accept this story at its face value, like that of Daniel in the lion's den. Its sequel, that Nebuchadnezzar was converted by the miracle to revere the Jewish deity, is equally curious. At this time, Daniel stood very high in the opinion of the Babylonian king, as we shall see later. Where was the plain of Dura, specially selected for this test of faith? In view of the great assemblage of notabilities, it would not, presumably, have been very far from Babylon itself, and may thus present a clue to its site. Less than 20 miles east of York stands the ancient town of Great Driffield, its earlier name traditionally having been Dara Field, which compares with Dura Plain. Outside the town itself stands a large prehistoric artificial mound named Moot Hill, the place of assembly in ancient days. If Dara Field marks the original site of the plain of Dura where the great golden image was set up, here we may conclude was the probable scene of that extraordinary gathering. Moot Hill was in ancient times a center from whence laws and royal commands were issued. About 12 miles beyond is the site called Old Door, which, as Door, is mentioned in connection with Strato's Tower, once largely inhabited. The question arises, was Nebuchadnezzar on that occasion or even before converted into a believer in the God of Moses and Daniel, of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? Was it a prearranged spectacular conversion? Was Daniel, prophet and magician, behind it? Daniel by the river Uz. We have another remarkable witness in this king's attitude to Ezekiel, whose story commences in the 5th year of Zedekiah, and curiously Ezekiel says it was the 30th year of the captivity, although it was only the 17th year of Nebuchadnezzar's domination. The 30th year was the 18th of Josiah, the very year when that king listened to the plot which caused the Moses cult to be instituted. May it suggest that Ezekiel actually dated the downfall and captivity of his people from that time as punishment for their change of faith? We should examine the evidence closely. He was among the captives by the river of Chebar, Ezekiel 1:1, otherwise of Eber or York. Of a sudden, an extraordinary apparition appeared from the sky to the north. Mystifying words are used in his story, and unless he is describing some form of aircraft containing living beings, one of whom was of major importance, it is altogether unintelligible. The craft landed near him, accompanied by a great noise like thunder, flashing lights, a suggestion of some sort of engine, and a piston rod, described in these words. As for the likeness of the living creatures, their appearance was like coals of fire and like the appearance of lamps, it went up and down among the living creatures, and the fire was bright, and out of the fire went forth lightning. And the living creatures ran and returned as the appearance of a flash of lightning. 1:13-4. Some frightful rings were full of eyes. Complete analysis of this confused medley of words may defy us, but we may visualize flashing lights and something which automatically moved up and down like the piston rods of an engine, or a reactor ed. It suggests machinery if it suggests nothing else. The wings are not so difficult to compute. The machine had 4 wings all alike, joined to one another in 2 tiers, went straight forward and turned not. This seems to imply a biplane. The reference to wheels is more involved. As he looked, he beheld one wheel upon the earth, which may suggest that the machine was landing. 1:15. The 4 wheels, like a wheel within a wheel, turned not when they went, and the rings full of eyes round about them, and whithersoever they went the wings were lifted up against them. The spirit of the living creature was within the wheels. 1:16-20. I can only suggest that this is a reference to propellers. It arrived like a whirlwind, out of the north, a great cloud, fire, and brightness. 1:4. All these allusions in a strange way appear to indicate some form of aircraft, with 2 pairs of wings, propellers, and an engine. The references to the crew are equally strange. The hands of a man appear under their wings. Then we are told there were 4 other living creatures inside the strange device. One was a man, but all had 4 wings, and under their feet were straight feet which sparkled like burnished brass. Again, the 4 had the face of a man, a lion on the right, a face of an ox on the left. They also had the face of an eagle. 1:10. This sounds so fantastic that one would attribute the whole to a vision or dream, unless it were that the prophet, in the confusion caused by this mysterious descent, might have confused painted designs on the fuselage in which the crew were seated. However, whatever these mystic allusions might have signified, we are told that upon a throne above these 4 was the likeness, appearance, of a man, surrounded by a brightness about him. He spoke, and Ezekiel fell upon his face. 1:20. The mystery is dispelled. The voice of the man is decisive enough. Son of man, he said, stand upon thy feet. He then issued his commands. I send thee to the children of Israel, to a rebellious nation that hath rebelled against me. They and their forefathers have transgressed against me, even unto this very day. Thou shalt say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, and they shall know there hath been a prophet among them, and thou shalt speak my words unto them. But thou, son of man, be not thou rebellious like that rebellious house. Open thy mouth and eat what I give thee. Ezekiel 2:1-8. My italics here and in immediately following quotes. Ezekiel goes on to say that a hand passed him a roll of a book, written inside and out. He was commanded again to eat it. Son of man, cause thy belly to eat and fill thy bowels with this roll I give thee. He ate it, and it was in my mouth as honey for sweetness. Then this mysterious person gave him final commands. Go, get thee unto the house of Israel, and speak with my words unto them. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impudent and hard-hearted. And go, get thee to them of the captivity, unto the children of thy people, and speak unto them, and tell them, Thus saith the Lord God, whether they will hear, or whether they will forbear. 3:4-11. The sense of the instruction was that as the ruling house of Israel, King Zedekiah would not heed the speaker, nay, was even impudent, as likewise the nation, and accordingly the prophet was to go to Jerusalem and prophesy to the people themselves and warn them on the lines of the roll of paper he had managed somehow to consume. Finally the Spirit took him up where he heard also the noise of the wings, and the noise of the wheels, and the noise of a great rushing, and was put down beside those of the captivity at Tel Abib, that dwelt by the river of Chebar, where he sat astonished among them for 7 days. Finally he received a message from the Lord, which said, Son of man, I have made thee the watchman of the house of Israel, therefore hear the word of my mouth and give them warning from me. 3:12-7. This constitutes the first part of Ezekiel's astonishing narrative. and before we examine it critically it is necessary to come to the sequel 13 months later. We have no evidence whether Ezekiel actually visited Jerusalem and prophesied as this mysterious person or spirit commanded, perhaps with pride, and so subsequent chapters recount what he was to tell or did tell the rebellious Israelites. 13 months later, on the 5th day of the 6th month in the 6th year, about 1 year before Zedekiah openly rebelled against King Nebuchadnezzar, who had made him swear by God, Ezekiel sat in his house with the elders of Judah, when the Spirit or Lord God reappeared in the machine, and the hand of the Lord God fell there upon me. The Spirit put forth the form of a hand and lifted him up between heaven and earth, and eventually set him down beside the temple in Jerusalem. Within the vicinity of the court of the temple a secret door was indicated, and he was ordered to enter and see the wicked abominations. Ezekiel obeyed and mentions every form of creeping things and abominable beasts, and all the idols of the house of Israel in a concealed chamber. Gathered there were many men, including Jazaniah, the son of Shaphan, each with a censer in his hand and a thick cloud of incense, but what they were doing is left to the imagination. The same being showed him with abhorrence women by the north gate of the temple weeping for Tammuz. Hast thou seen this, O son of man? Demanded this being. Turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see greater abominations than these. He led Ezekiel into the inner court of the temple, where about 25 men had their backs towards the altar and their faces towards the east, worshipping the sun. Again the mystery man spoke of abominations and said they had returned to provoke me to anger, and, lo, they put the branch, finger, to their nose. Therefore will I deal in fury. 8, 9-18. The being or spirit thereupon called for several guards, each with a destroying weapon. 6 responded, bringing slaughter weapons. 9, 1-2. There also appeared one other clothed in linen with an inkhorn by his side, who was ordered by the being to go through the city and set a mark on the foreheads of men who supported the abominations. The 6 were to follow and slay all, whether young or old, but come not near any man upon whom is the mark, and begin at my sanctuary. The massacre started with the ancient men which were before the house. 9, 6. The ancient men, the sun worshippers, were slain. Ezekiel, perceiving where all this led, fell on his face before the being and cried, Ah, Lord God, wilt thou destroy all the residue of Israel in thy pouring out of thy fury upon Jerusalem? The reply was adamant, Mine I shall not spare, neither will I have pity. 9, 8-10. The only interpretation is that the being regarded himself as Lord God. The machine which had brought them was sitting before the threshold of the temple. The being had ordered the man in linen to go in between the wheels, even under the cherubim, and fill thine hand with coals of fire from between the cherubim and scatter them over the city. 10:2. The man obeyed, and the being and Ezekiel got back into the machine, which prepared to ascend. A cloud filled the inner court as the machine rose into the air and stood over the temple, with more cloud and the sound of wings. The man in linen stood beside the wheels, and one cherub stretched forth his hand and gave fire to him. They passed above the temple towards the door of the east gate, where stood 25 men, including Jazaniah, the son of Uzzah, and Pelatiah, son of Benaiah, princes of the people. 11:1. The being told Ezekiel, These are the men that devise mischief, and give wicked counsel in this city. Therefore against them, prophesy, O son of man. 11:2-4. Ezekiel obeyed, and as he prophesied their ill fate, it came to pass, when I prophesied, that Pelatiah, the son of Benaiah, died. Then fell I down upon my face. 11:13. The end of the vision was that the Spirit brought him back to the captivity in Chaldea, where he remained. 11:24-5. And cried with a loud voice, and said, Ah, Lord God, wilt thou make a full end of the remnant of Israel? Such then is the dramatic account contained in these earlier chapters of Ezekiel, from which I have extracted the salient points. Regarding the last incident, the death of Pelatiah, cause and effect are obviously linked up with the coals of fire which the man in linen was ordered to scatter over the city. As Ezekiel was called upon to prophesy, the explosive was released and Pelatiah was killed instantly. Hence the prophet's agony of mind. Are we to regard all the foregoing as a mere vision or hallucination on the part of one of the major prophets who, according to his story, was taken in this machine with wings, whirring wheels suggestive of propellers, with the crew wearing wings or parachutes, flown from the river of Chebar to Jerusalem, was again re-embarked, after the man in linen, brought for a specific purpose, was on board, passed over the temple, and when Ezekiel was abruptly told to prophesy, some explosive substance was released with the result that a prince of Israel whom he identified was killed outright. Can we pass this by, with all its intricate detail, such as the marking of foreheads and the massacre in cold blood, as without any significance or even reality? Surely not. It rings true in view of our knowledge of military planes of today. What then of such a machine? It may seem impossible that in the time of Nebuchadnezzar such inventions as heavier-than-air flying machines were actually in use, able to carry passengers and drop bombs. Nevertheless, there are many indicators that in prehistoric days, long before the flood, the science of flight was known and practiced. Geoffrey of Monmouth describes the Trojan king Blodud as a magician who fashioned wings and fell upon the temple of Apollo in Trinoventum and was dashed into many pieces. 86. 86 Geoffrey of Monmouth, History of the Kings of Britain, I. 16. The earliest known attempt at flight was that of Daedalus, who invented wings which enabled him and his son Icarus to escape from King Minos in Crete. Daedalus, who designed the labyrinth at Knossos, was far famed as an inventor of many things, including the saw, the potter's wheel, the turning lathe and the awl. What sort of wings he invented we know not, but in these modern days when gliding without an engine is the pastime of many, who could declare that he did not achieve such success? There is warranty of his successful flight, for the apparatus he used was preserved in a special temple in Euboea where he landed. His son Icarus, less skillful, had earlier fallen into the sea, which legend also was preserved traditionally, for it was off the route and was named the Icarian Sea after him and lends probability to the story. This primitive effort took place many years before the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Records of flight do not halt with Daedalus, and it is noteworthy that almost invariably they are connected with the Hyperboreans in the far north. There is the legend that the Thessalian Cerambus escaped from those parts in the Deucalion deluge with wings supplied by nymphs, a word which had more than one significance and was sometimes used of sorceresses and druidesses. Whether or not the Gorgon Medusa could be described as a nymph, she and her sisters, experts in all forms of magic, were famed as media whereby Bellerophon accomplished his flying escapades. The Gorgons, daughters of Phorcys, or Orcus, dwelled in the region of Orshu, Orkney Isles and Caithness, at the extreme of Oceanus, and the myth says that the white-winged horse of the fountain, Pegasus, sprang forth from Medusa and struck off her head, and got his names because he originated at the springs, or foundations, of Oceanus, according to the Theogony of Hesiod. The hero Bellerophon captured Pegasus there, rose with him in the air, and slew the chimera with his arrows after a fierce battle in the sky. The chimera, another aerial invention, had as its forepart a lion, its middle a goat, the hinder part a dragon, and it breathed fire. It had wrought great havoc in Lycia and the surrounding countries, which suggests events outside the realms of pure fancy, while its description recalls the cherubim of Ezekiel's machine. As for Bellerophon, he subsequently attempted too ambitious a flight, was thrown from Pegasus, became crippled and blind, and was said in consequence to be hated by the gods. Is it a coincidence that long ago the ancient Britons designed great white Pegasus horses in chalk or stone, placed high upon the hillsides as guides to travelers from northern Scotland to southern England? Most have vanished, but a few have been maintained by local superstition or custom through the ages, as in the Vale of the White Horse and elsewhere. They were not designed for mere pedestrians, or even charioteers. Pegasus appears to have been adopted as the emblem of aerial flight, and the suggestion may be that Bellerophon was actually a pioneer in flight in a machine, the white horse being emblematic of speed, and accorded wings to indicate flying. Pegasus was later adopted as a zodiacal figure and appears on the earliest Cassi or Macedonian coins. Legends of Hyperboreans like Boreas, king of Thrace, who transferred the Attic maiden Orthiea to the garden of Phoebus Apollo in the Hesperides. There she became the mother of Calais and Zets, possessors of the gift of flight, who conducted punitive operations from the air. There is also the tradition of Abares, the Hyperborean priest of Phoebus, who received from the god the arrow with which he had slain the Cyclops and who flew with it to Delos in Athens. Eratosthenes says that the god concealed the fatal missile among the Hyperboreans beyond Teraphon, winged. Dr. Skene possibly places his finger on one such spot at Baghead, the ancient settlement with its promontory, in the Vaco-Magi country, on the south side of the Moray Firth, not far from Elgin. He says it was named Teradan Stratopedon, the winged camp, Aila de Castra, point 87. This word winged is peculiar to the north. Watmore suggests that the Gaelic word for the Isle of Skye, Skianathach, means winged. He also refers to the winged temple at Callernish, like a 87 W.F. Skene, Celtic Scotland, I.P. 75. Standing before a circle tilted upright, is the shaft or pole, the wings plane designed in stone, which consists of 48 upright stones, with a sunken chamber of circular form in the center. He remarks on this, it is impossible not to see in the temple the emblem of a sir, in which the god, encircled at the waist by a ring, or sometimes being the arms or cross shaft. Point 88 in the British Museum a stone plaque is to be seen in the Assyrian room, where the god is hovering over a city, arrow in hand, in just such a device. Where do these traces take us? Were they merely fanciful designs and myths? Had they no practical significance? Gerald Massey, the Egyptologist, throws a light on the subject. In the Kushian legend of creation we are told that the great gods created recalls one of the magic possessions of Odin, whose ravens whispered in his ear morning and eve all the news from the entire world which they had collected by flights. The book of Daniel appears to indicate that one called Gabriel, who appeared suddenly before the prophet on 2 occasions to give him advice and prophecy, was a flying man. There are also indications that the Persians acquired some knowledge of flight by air, but its use was anyhow very limited and secret. More to the point is that, so far as the Antichrist traditions are able to be checked, there are 2 or 3 which can relate to the actual period under consideration. One such, attributed to Jerome, says that the Antichrist king came from Babylon. 90 Another declares that he vanquished the kings of Egypt, Libya, and Ethiopia, as was claimed of Nebuchadnezzar, and after wasting everything seated himself in the temple of Jerusalem, called himself God and held sway. 91 Another, almost identical, says he appeared in Jerusalem, sat in the 88 A.W. Watmore, Insuli Britannicae, Resonance BW. 89 Gerald Massey, Ancient Egypt, Resonance BW. Ed. A helmet with visor would create this effect. 90 W. Buzzet, The Antichrist Legend, Resonance BW. 91 Ibid. Temple, and proclaimed himself God. 92 Both these seem to apply to Nebuchadnezzar, in all ways. In another legend the Antichrist, like a dragon, flies in the skies like an angel fashioning terrors. 93 It is difficult to avoid relating all these to the king of Babylon, but like all such documents they are elusive and framed on the ex post facto method, otherwise as of events which did occur but put in the form of prophecy. In regard to the identification of the prophet Ezekiel's machine, and all its mystification, intentional or through ignorance of the scientific aspect, it can be claimed with confidence that it could only have been an aeroplane with wings, propellers, engine, and fuselage. Not only were such craft possible but they even fit into the period in question, and there is the further consideration that the Chaldeans, who as Kuldees are known to have ruled south as far as York, at least were in fact northern Druids. They were Hyperboreans, the pioneers of civilization and the true inventors of every form of magic including flying. If it be conceded that the machine was able to fly, and resembled a type of aeroplane, we may proceed to the next point of importance. That of course is to identify the mysterious personage who suddenly alighted in the machine by the river and employed Ezekiel to proclaim him the Lord God to the people of Jerusalem. We may abandon any idea that it was a mere vision or any pious fabrication, for it is altogether too detailed in its description, besides the fact that there was a lapse of 13 months between the 2 related events. There was only one human being to whom it could relate. Obviously it was Nebuchadnezzar himself. He alone, at that time lording it over the world, a tyrant, inclined to violence, could occupy the position described by the prophet. He dictated to him what he had to say and do, that he had to deify him in phrases such as, "Thus saith the Lord God," for had not this erratic monarch in his position as the living Hermes or Gad, been regarded as God? It was not so surprising if he intended to force the Judaeans to accept him on like terms. Looked at in that 92 ibid. 93 ibid. Light, his accusation against the king and people as impudent and rebellious falls into its rightful setting. Yet on the face of things there is a difficulty confronting the investigator. If, as suggested earlier, Nebuchadnezzar was theoretically strongly hostile to the Mosaic cult, which Josiah had ordained some 16 or 17 years previously, such fails to explain his attitude towards the groups he exposed to Ezekiel in his anger when in Jerusalem on the occasion of the second flight. He might have raged against the men conspiring in some secret chamber with censer and flames, headed by Jazaniah's son, grandson of Shaphan, a principal in the Josiah coup d'etat, and yet, strangely enough, he made Gedaliah governor of Judea when he finally destroyed the city a little later. Why, too, should he have taken exception to the women worshipping at the altar of Tammuz Adonis? Tammuz was a recognized Babylonian deity, the faithful son, or son of deep water of Triton. 94. He was the promised savior who lay dead for 3 days preceding the 25th of March, when he arose from the underworld amid great rejoicing. 95. Unless Nebuchadnezzar had become in the meantime a convert to the Mosaic cult, his attitude was quite illogical. The same applies to his savage treatment of the 25 old men who turned their backs upon the Mosaic altar and worshipped the sun, and were all massacred by his order. The question arises whether he had been converted to the Mosaic cult by Daniel and his friends. It affords an explanation of an otherwise utterly contradictory attitude. It leads to the question whether the great figure set up in the plain of Dura was in fact a prearranged plan between the king and the Jewish astronomers, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, to overthrow the Chaldean hierarchy. The highest in the land assembled there, the order to fall down and worship the idol, the refusal of the 3 wise men to do. 94. Lewis Spence, Dictionary of Mythology, Resonance BW. 95. R. Brown, J.R., Semitic Influence in Greek Mythology, p. 148. Williamson, The Great Law, pp. 54-66. So, their immediate seizure and casting into the mysterious fiery furnace already prepared, in which they walked about unscathed with an unidentified 4th man, whom circumstances suggest was Daniel, all these point to a prearranged plot. The sequel further indicates this, for immediately after Nebuchadnezzar had released the 4, in the presence of all his princes and governors, he said, "Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, therefore I make a decree, that every people, nation, and language, which speak anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made a dunghill, because there is no other God that can deliver after this sort." Daniel 3, 28-9, whereupon he immediately promoted the 3 who had defied his previous decree to the highest posts in his kingdom. He was making war on the Chaldean priests. It may have been a sudden conversion, but we should recollect the great moral influence that Daniel, his right-hand advisor, exerted over him. Daniel may have instigated the entire plan. The effect on the Chaldeans must have been profound, and it is not surprising that they presently excommunicated Nebuchadnezzar. Such an attitude would cover his violent attitude towards those Judaeans who were guilty of backsliding to pagan gods, his general intolerance and tyranny, and his behavior towards Ezekiel. That he became insane was the indication which caused him to be driven from his throne. He walked into his splendid palace and boasted, "Is not this great Babylon, that I have built, by the might of my power and for the honor of my majesty?" 4. 30. Insanity takes a form of megalomania, to which many dictators, both royal and upstart, have been subject through the centuries, as history past and present reveals. And just as the king was thus boasting of his greatness, lo and behold, A voice from heaven spoke, and said, O King Nebuchadnezzar, to thee it is spoken, the kingdom is departed from thee. 4:31, and we are told that from that same hour he was driven forth from men, and ate grass as oxen, his body wet with dew, his hair grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like birds' claws. A voice from heaven. Yet it must have been expressed through human vocal cords. The obvious explanation is that the edict came from the Magi, his own Magi, who for their protection had found it necessary to excommunicate the all-powerful king of Babylon. Their power, we know, was supreme over all men. They turned against the prophet and messenger of Hermes, doubtless realizing better than other men what lay behind such pretensions. We have in Bel and the Dragon an apocryphal but vivid description of their power, and how, when Cyrus was supreme in the world, master of both Europe and Asia, how the Magi, furious when Daniel destroyed the temple of the dragon, bearded that monarch. They conspired against him, saying, The king is become a Jew, and he hath destroyed Bel, he hath slain the dragon. They threatened him to his face, Deliver us, Daniel, or else we will destroy thee and thy house. And when the king saw that they pressed him sore, being constrained, he delivered Daniel unto them. 22, 23, 28-30, the same thing appears to have happened with Nebuchadnezzar. He had become a Jew in their eyes. He threatened their religion and was a menace to their faith and order. Cyrus, biding his time, suppressed the Chaldean Magi and brought his own Persian Magi in their place, but Nebuchadnezzar was not able to do that. He was excommunicated for 7 years. It was no light punishment, for excommunication automatically barred assistance from any human source whatever, or the culprit was also put under the same ban. The erstwhile proud monarch could not so much as beg a crust of bread. Punishment was remorseless so long as the Magi were all-powerful, as they had been for over 2,000 years. The voice from heaven was doubtless the vox dei or decree of the archmagus or archdruid who pronounced the sentence as from the Most High, whereby the King of Kings was made a wretched outcast, dragging out his pitiful existence unkempt, untended, without so much as a hovel of his own. Shelterless, drenched by rain and storms, existing on grass or roots, or wild herbs, faring no better than a beast of the fields. This terrible punishment, later adopted like other Druidic religious customs, by the Pope of Rome, originated in Britain where the Druids were all-powerful. Ralston gives a striking example of how such a ban utterly ruined the great city of Tara, in Ireland, so famed in legend as a city of wealth, with palaces, marble halls, harpists, and song. Its king refused to surrender a priest accused of murder, whereupon the archdruid solemnly pronounced his curse on Tara and the edict of excommunication on all who continued to dwell there. So vast was his power that the entire population deserted the original capital of the Dodainon, which fell into absolute ruin and oblivion, so that in due course its very existence was forgotten, although the hill of Tara still stands, in County Meath. 96. The Druid hierarchy in Britain exercised a similar complete dictatorship over the minds and bodies of all men. It was the only real sovereign power over Celtica and was realized over the British Isles and a large part of Gaul. Dion Chrysostom said of the Druids that kings were but ministers of their will, and he should have known, because he was Bishop of Antioch in the 4th century. 97 They exercised supreme power over secular and ecclesiastical affairs, says Reed, and many of their methods were copied and employed by the early popes. The Druidic Holy Synod awarded a red hat to their chief men, like the later cardinals of Rome. The greatest men, warriors, and nobles kissed the toe of the archdruid, as the Romans did that of their Pontifex Maximus, a custom adopted later by the popes, and most especially they used the druidic power of excommunication, depriving the victim of food, shelter, raiment, or any human connection with the world. 98. This pronounced form of religious tyranny exercised a dire influence on Britain at a later period, for the power of the Chaldean. 96 W. T. Ralston, Myths and Legends of the Celtic Race, Resonance BW. 97 St. John Chrysostom, Orations, XLIX. 98 W. W. Reed, Veil of Isis, Resonance BW. or Druid Magi was overwhelming, as proved in a variety of ways, and lasted in some parts until well after the Christian era. That the Magi or hierarchy excommunicated Nebuchadnezzar is entirely in consonance with the trend of world history in both surroundings and atmosphere. Such action would have been completely alien to the Persian Gulf. The Magi or Druids, as we know, devised magic and taught it to certain of their craft in various degrees. It explains why, according to an early Irish record, how Queen Medb Khan not sent the three daughters of the wizard Caladan to Alba and Babylon to be taught magic. 99 Alba, Albania, or Albion was the Scottish region from Perthshire to the Solway Firth where the Trojan invaders first settled. The site of Babylon, namely York, fits in with this Irish tradition, but Babylon, at the farther end of the Persian Gulf, is highly improbable. For 7 years, Nebuchadnezzar was excommunicated thus by the Druid hierarchy, and then he repented. He acknowledged his error of turning to another deity than the Chaldean Bel. Shorn of his former powers, he was permitted to use the purple once again, but died shortly afterwards. After Cyrus had captured Babylon, Bel and other idols remained supreme until he encouraged Daniel to overthrow them. That the Magi could have dethroned and excommunicated so powerful a monarch as Nebuchadnezzar is proof positive of their overwhelming power and influence, as Chrysostom describes, for he was no weak monarch, and in his day made Babylon supreme in the world. What was his world? Megasthenes says that he became master of Egypt, reduced Tyre, laid waste a large part of Libya and penetrated into Iberia. In my reconstruction of ancient geography, Egypt originally included Wales, Somerset, Wiltshire, Gloucester, as far as Cirencester, her frontier in the east. Her power also extended into southwest Scotland, including the Hebrides and a great part of Ireland, Libya being one early classic name for Ireland, which had nothing to do with Africa. 100 Tyre lay in Dorset. Applied thus to those regions, it 99 Anon, Book of the Dun Cow, Lipar en Ahudra. 100 cf. Diodorus Siculus, we have treated of the ocean that washes Libya, and of the signified that the king of Babylon subdued the west of England and conquered at least a part of Ireland, while Iberia was the Sumerian land of the Hebrews and had nothing to do with Spain. Islands therein. Our emphasis. Ireland is interesting in this connection. A peep into O'Grady's account of prehistoric Ireland with reference to the Egyptians may not be amiss. They used chariots on a large scale and called them curras, Carpenta and Asidi. The latter name was also used in Britain. They were armed with swords and spears, also with axes and spearheads of stone as discovered in every corner of the island. In 1739, it is worth noting, an ancient hollow iron pillar was excavated in the town of Dundalk, buried deep, a form of ancient ordnance supposed to have been left there by fugitive Scots in the year 1318 after the defeat of Bruce, but cannon was first employed in modern times only in 1338.101. O'Grady's account of the early period relates to Phineas Farsa, an ancient king of Scythia, who abandoned his dominions and traveled southwards to the plain of Shinar, namely to Babylon. Before leaving Scythia he left his elder son, Eni-Nail, as regent, and took the younger Nail, Nial, with him. At Shinar he sent out 72 men to learn all the known tongues of the world, and then he founded a university in Ireland of which Nial was the head. He appointed to one of the 3 chief professorships Gadel, son of Ethori, one of the 3 great divinities when the Milesians, who ruled Ireland into the historical period, invaded Ireland. The fame of Nial grew, and Pharaoh Sirigris, a name unknown to history as such, but which presumably referred to Sesostris, invited him to Egypt to instruct the youth of his own country. He conferred upon him the lands of Capasirunt, and also his beautiful daughter Skada in marriage. Their son was Gadel Glass. 102. In Nial's time some Hebrews, fleeing from the bondage of Pharaoh, pitched their camp in the area of Capasirunt, in County Cork. Nial. 101 S. O'Grady, History of Ireland, p. 218. 102 S. O'Grady, History of Ireland, p. 159. Capacirant is Cape Siren or Cape Clear. Saint Cyran founded an ecclesiastical community on an island off Cape Clear still called Cyran's Strand. Continues the account, was a contemporary of Moses, and visited Aaron in his camp. Moses cured him of a snake bite in the neck which showed a green scar. Hence he was called Glass, green. Sru, son of Esru, son of Gadol Glass, presided over the Hebrew settlement of Capacirant, which displeased Pharaoh, and they were driven out. Sru led his people away in 26 ships and landed in Crete, Shetland Orkney, where he died. 103 The next king, Heber Scott, led the Gadolians back to Scythia, having sailed through the Hellespont, Pontic Sea, Pontus, Baltic, and up the river Tanas, Tana River and Ford, Lapland, leading to North Cape. After many vicissitudes, their descendants set sail in 3 ships westwards, but were assailed by violent storms. Caesar, a druid and prophet, foretold that they would settle nowhere until they reached an island in the western main. In the reign of Brada, son of Diga, they sailed from Gothland to Spain. 104 There Briogan or Brogan, son of Brada, founded Tor Brogan. He had 10 sons who took part in the Milesian invasion of Ireland. Ith, son of Briogan, saw Ireland through a telescope. He found there the Tuatha De Danann, and at Alanaid, disputing certain treasures of an ancestor, was killed in a fight. 105 The Milesians set out under Heber and Hiriman, sons of Milsus, grandsons of Brioan, in 30 ships, and marched to Terra. It was decreed that they must give notice of invasion, go 9 waves distance from the land, when the island vanished in smoke. Other magical events followed, including a great storm. Heber landed in the Kenmare River. Finally the Milesians defeated the De Danann, despite their enchantments, at Tailteen, west of the village of Telltown, County Meath, one of the ancient burial places in Ireland. 106. Such is this curious relic of antiquity. Although Egypt and Pharaoh are mentioned, with the implication that Egypt held considerable sway over Ireland in prehistoric days, the events, including Moses, Aaron, and the Pharaoh of the Exodus, relate to the Baltic, Scythia or 103 Ibid. 104 Ibid, pp 160-3. 105 Ibid, p 167. 106 Ibid, pp 169-72. Sweden, Lapland, Great Britain, and possibly Spain, probably Iberia in the original script. They reveal no connection whatever with the regions of the Mediterranean. The same criticism applies to Nebuchadnezzar's conquests. Strabo states that he went to the Pillars of Hercules, marched through Iberia into Thrace and Pontus, as also is confirmed by Eusebius. He probably did march to the Pillar region of the Western Hebrides if he landed in Libya, Giant's Causeway, as Megasthenes says, and as mentioned Iberia was part of Samaria, while Thrace embraced all northern Scotland. In other words, it might be alleged, the king of Babylon made himself practically master of the British Isles, but owing to the hopeless confusion in regard to ancient geography, he is presumed to have led his army all the way from the Persian Gulf overland to Gibraltar, supposed site of the Pillars, a distance exceeding 5,000 miles, and then back again, through many wild and uncivilized lands, an impossible feat for any army, unless supplied with immense transport and a commissariat. Apart from these countries having no possible attraction to Nebuchadnezzar, the absurdity of such claims is at once apparent. On the evidence shown here, King Nebuchadnezzar and his city of Babylon had nothing whatsoever to do with the regions of the Orient. They indicate he was a prince of Caledonian origin, who claimed to be the Chaldean Hermes, the deified intermediary between the gods and mankind. He reigned over the Senans or Syrians in eastern Britain with his capital where stands York today. He dominated all Britain and seemingly Ireland, and overthrew the Judaeans on his north where Edinburgh occupies the site of the original Jerusalem. Despite his great power, he was excommunicated by the Druids in accordance with their overwhelming dominance, for reasons never given, but which might be divined. The downfall and fate of this powerful monarch, whereby he fell from the greatest heights to the lowest depths, is in accordance with the recorded power of the Druids through the ages, which declared that kings were but ministers of their will, and Nebuchadnezzar defied them by supporting the Jews and the Mosaic cult. Milton must have possessed evidence unknown to us when he evidently refers to him who reigned 44 years and overthrew the Samothese, or Druids, though he only touches on the fringe of the dramatic story, for in the sequel they overthrew him. More remains to be said yet about the former Chaldean capital, Babylon, which, as York, actually remained Chaldean late into Christianity. The mystery of Strato's tower needs elucidation, for we know of no one in ancient history named Strato, unless it were the family or personal name of Nebuchadnezzar, a title, Nebuchadnezzar, the prophet, or advocate of Gad or God. Chapter 5. The Eclipse of Babylon. Give authors their due, as you give time his due. Which is to discover truth. Francis Bacon. 26 years after the death of Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon fell to Cyrus of Persia. Cyrus, a far-sighted and calculating conqueror, laid plans to capture the city many years before he made his invasion. He carefully selected all likely persons who might betray it to him. His earlier campaigns against the Armenians, Cappadocians, and Phrygians leading to the overthrow of King Croesus in Lydia, having been effectively a preparation for the attempt on Babylon, at that time, by far the most powerful, populous, and wealthy city in the world. Babylon alone subsequently yielded to the Persian tyrants 1/2 of their total revenue, a prize well worth the winning. For years Cyrus loudly proclaimed liberty to all slaves, professing, as said Sir Alexander Keith, a noble disinterestedness and a boundless generosity, and finally when he had prepared and gathered them together, Babylon was taken, though by artifice more than power. 107 This artifice relied mainly on treachery from within. Cyrus, undoubtedly one of the most outstanding figures in classic history, had a fascinating personality, a great charm of manner, a reasoning Socratic-like genius in his logic, and was also a great showman. When he made his first formal state procession from the palace of Nebuchadnezzar, he personally supervised the details for grandeur and prestige, as Xenophon puts it, for the magic of the procession seems to me to have been one of those arts that made his government not to be despised. 108 Leading Persians wore rich. 107 Sir A. Keith, The Truth of the Christian Religion, p. 283. 108 Xenophon, Cyropedia, 8, 3, 1. Median robes, and Cyrus adorned himself in a long purple robe, a wig upon his head, his cheeks and eyes rouged and painted, and wearing high-heeled Median shoes. All very oriental and impressive. When the palace gates were thrown open for the triumphal procession of victory in Babylon, firstly the sacrificial bulls and horses made their appearance, followed by a chariot sacred to Bel, drawn by white horses with golden yokes on their necks, and crowned with leaves of laurel or bay. This was followed by a second, similar chariot, and then a third, its horses adorned with scarlet coverings, and behind it men carrying the sacred fire upon a large altar. Finally, in great dignity, Cyrus himself appeared in his chariot, with a tiara upon his head, a vest of purple half mixed with white, loose scarlet trousers, and above these a long purple robe. 109. This splendid figure, with all the glamour attached to so victorious a monarch who could capture great Babylon without disturbing a brick or a stone, must necessarily have impressed the population as they watched the pomp and ceremony, embellished further by vast numbers of well-trained and well-armed soldiers, as was his object. Xenophon says that all the people, struck by the glory of Cyrus standing in solitary splendor in his chariot, exceedingly tall and handsome, paid unto him adoration which hitherto no Persian had ever received from his own nation. In short, he captured them mentally and morally as well as by arms, and added to his prestige by according public audiences. Moreover, he took no spoils from the city, and left the walls standing. He did not remain long in Babylon, preferring his own capital and Media, but left satraps behind as local rulers until his uncle, Cyaxares, the Darius of the Book of Daniel, went there in his stead. Then, having sown the seed, he effected a revolutionary change in the religious character of the Chaldean Magi. replacing them with his own from Media and Persia. The two apocryphal books, Bel and the Dragon and Baruch, mainly the first, indicate 109 Xenophon, Sirapedia, 3:13. That Cyrus played a particularly astute hand against the Chaldean Magi. He produced Daniel as prophesied, an important figure, although he had evidently been cast aside after the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar. We learn that originally Nebuchadnezzar had ordered the selection of a few young nobles of the king's seed, and of the princes, Daniel 1:3, to be brought out of Jerusalem in the 3rd year of King Jehoiakim, who had to be well-favored, skillful in wisdom, and understanding science, meaning astronomy and also astrology, in which the Chaldeans were supreme, like the Druids, for they were, as we have seen, one and the same. They dwelt in the royal palace, and with Daniel there were the three named Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. When Nebuchadnezzar, in his 2nd year, had an ill dream and his wise men could not interpret it without being told what it was, he became intolerant and furious and issued a sweeping decree that all the Magi were to be slain, including Daniel and his 3 friends. Daniel devised a scheme, after consultation with the 3, and then told the officer deputed to slay them that he could interpret the dream. Taken before the king, he proceeded to reel off the account of the great image of gold, silver, brass, iron, and with feet of clay, which he interpreted. The sequel was characteristic of this impressionable monarch. He fell on his face and worshipped Daniel, ordered an oblation and sweet favors to be given to him, and said, "Of a truth your God is a God of gods, and a Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets." Daniel 2:47. He gave him many gifts, appointed him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, and made him chief of his wise men. His 3 friends, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, were also given important posts and yet, later, thrown into the fiery furnace. 2:49. Daniel, for his part, sat in the gate of the king, and became his chief adviser and confidant, with enormous significance. In all this we are concerned with the facts given us, not with fancies. At the same time, the doubt may arise whether Nebuchadnezzar was able to recall his dream or whether Daniel's confidence enabled him to fabricate a plausible version with its ready interpretation. Daniel may well have been able to exert the power of hypnotism, a very ancient art, and such would explain the subsequent conduct of the king in his eccentric attitude towards the Jews. At any rate, Daniel remained all-powerful until Nebuchadnezzar's excommunication, when we hear no more of him until Belshazzar's feast some 34 years later. When the sinister hand was descried writing in the wall the fatal words, "Many, many, tekel upharsin," which none could interpret, the king's mother thought of Daniel. "There is a man in thy kingdom, in whom is the spirit of the gods," she said, "whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, made master of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers." 5:11. Daniel at once interpreted the writing, while Cyrus and his army were making their entry, and Belshazzar commanded that he be clothed in scarlet, with a chain of gold, and be the 3rd ruler of the kingdom. After the easy victory of Cyrus, Darius, Cyaxares, placed 3 presidents over 120 princes, Daniel being made first president by the Persians. The story of Daniel being thrown into the lion's den differs in the book of Daniel and the apocryphal Bel and the Dragon, in the one, Darius being mentioned, and in the other, Cyrus, but the upshot was the same. The Chaldeans were overthrown, and the decree was issued that the God of Daniel was the living God, which was sent unto all people, nations, and languages that dwell on the earth. 6:25-6. It denoted the complete triumph of Daniel's policy, although it did not make the Babylonians adopt the cult of Moses. It all points, however, to the fact that Daniel was a powerful ally of the Persians, like the underground movement in our modern wars, the reward being that the first step taken by Cyrus was to restore the Jews to their city of Jerusalem. In short, Babylon fell through the presence of the hidden enemy in its midst. Without mentioning names, it points a moral to certain modern powers who are too tolerant of strangers. History too, as has often been remarked, has a strange way of repeating itself. Cyrus, on his way back to Persia, visited his jealous uncle in Media, for whom he had reserved palaces in Babylon. Cyaxares, a proud monarch whose country, Media, had somewhat despised the Persians as a barbarian people, gave him his daughter in marriage, with a crown of gold, bracelets, a collar, and a Median robe of great magnificence. The princess herself placed the crown on Cyrus' head. Moreover, Cyrus received all Media as her dowry. 110. In Cyrus' company, be it mentioned, was Daniel, who attended him to Susa. I rose up and did the king's business, he says. In that very same year Cyrus allowed the Jews their freedom, and hence Zerubbabel went up from Babylon to Jerusalem with the liberated Jews and large numbers of converts. Darius was also friendly to the Jews. His predecessor, Cambyses, appealed to by many satraps and governors, had forbidden Zerubbabel to rebuild Jerusalem and the temple. The governors in Syria, Phoenicia, Ammon, Moab 111, and Samaria had all signed an epistle sent to him in Persia, protesting that the Jews were building the rebellious and wicked city, and setting up its walls and raising up the temple. Know, therefore, that when these things are finished, they will not be willing to pay tribute, nor will they submit to thy commands, but will resist kings. Accordingly the work was stopped for 9 years until the second year of Darius. 112 He then permitted them to go ahead immediately. 110 Xenophon, Sirapediah, 5:17. 111 Ed note, in the Hebrew Bible, Chemosh, destroyer, subduer, fish god, was the god of the Moabites, number 21:29, J 48:7, 13, 46, and, according to Judges 11:24, seems to have been the national deity of the Ammonites as well. The Hebrew word rendered serpent in Genesis 3:1 is nakash, a shining one. Hence, in Chaldee it means brass or copper, because of its shining. In the same way seraph, in Isaiah 6:2, 6, means burning one, and the serpents in Numbers 21 were called seraphim, or seraphs. The Lord told Moses, make thee a seraph, Numbers 21:8, and Moses made a nakash of brass, verse 9. Seraph is used of a serpent, and also of a celestial being, burning one. Nakash can be understood similarly. The nakash, or serpent, who beguiled Eve, 2 Corinthians 11:3, is spoken of as an angel of light in verse 14. The description of Satan as the king of Tyre and a cherub, Ezekiel 28:11-19, is a different being from the prince of Tyre, in verses 1-10, who is human. 112 Josephus, Antiquities, 11:2-1. Darius' policy had been conciliatory rather than savage towards the Babylonians. He lowered their city walls to a height of 50 feet, but he did not rob them of their sacred treasures, which could not be said of his successor, Xerxes. This ambitious and haughty prince determined to overthrow the independent Greek states and make them subservient to his will. Darius had paved the way before him, for he had held both Thrace and Macedonia in thraldom as tributaries to the power of Persia. As Xerxes' invasion of Babylon followed immediately after his failure to overthrow the Greek cities, it can be recognized how necessary it is to revise our basis of ancient geography for their true relationship towards one another. Xerxes' invasion of Greece. When Xerxes set out to invade Greece, after great preparations, all geographically described by Herodotus, his enormous army crossed the Hellespont, North Sea, and landed in Thrace, Caledonia. His first rendezvous of importance was at Doriscus, a town on the sea with a protected bay near the well-known promontory, Cerium. The Persian king marched overland, partly along the coast, and the fleet, when it arrived there, beached their ships on the sands of this adjoining bay. Among other features of this place was a fort or castle built by Darius, and the river Hebrus, swift-flowing, poured into the bay. 113 It lay opposite the island of Thasos, the Holy Island, otherwise Samothrace, the former seat of the arch-hierarch, or, as I have claimed, Dura of the Chaldees. In the poetic description of Homer, the god Poseidon watched the battle between the Greeks and Trojans from a Samothracian height. Wandering he viewed the battle where he sat, aloft on wooded Samos' topmost peak. Samos of Thrace, whence Ida's heights he saw, and Priam's city and the ships of Greece. 114. 113 Herodotus 7, 59. 114 Homer, Iliad, Trans Derby, 13, 12-13. On the mainland by Doriscus stood two Samothracian forts named Sale and Zone, and beyond this region, adjoining the land of the Sicanies, nearest to Samothrace itself was another coastal headland named Stryme. 115. I would identify the area through which Xerxes marched first as Caithness, where, facing Orkney, stands the town of Thiso, the port for Stromness or Kirkwall, Orkney, so the wooded height, Samos' topmost peak, was accordingly Ward Hill of Hoy, the commanding height of the Orkneys overlooking Caithness opposite. It towers 1,565 feet on the island of Hoy, the high, meaning the holy or sacred height, from whose topmost peak a splendid vista of the North Sea may be obtained, thus lending point to Homer's poetic license of distance. On the mainland of Orkney, by Stromness and Stenness, 4 miles around, are the vestiges of former main roads, crisscrossing, evidence of prehistoric habitation on a considerable scale, covering several miles on both banks of Lochs Haradi and Stenness. Today there are but sparse signs of human occupation beyond a few farms, fishermen's dwellings, and the odd private residence, dotted around here and there. Stromness, the nose of Stroma, takes us to the little island of Stroma, which now lies about 2 miles off the coast of Caithness, in the Pentland Firth, between the two great promontories Dunnet Head and Dunsinspy Head, the former answering to the site of Cerium Point, the most northerly headland along this rocky shore. It would seem that in the time of Xerxes the present island of Stroma was Stryme on the mainland, but here the great Atlantic waves have invaded the shore and eaten their way in slowly but unceasingly. Stroma lies within the 10-fathom line, and generally that line may be taken to indicate the former coastline. 115 Herodotus, 7, 59, 107. Herodotus uses a very curious description of the Sicanies, whose region, he says, was formerly called Galaica, now it bears the name of Bryantica. There is no such classic name as Bryantica, but Galaica, or Galatia, North Scotland, was called Britannica, cf. Pretonis, and I suggest the name intended was in fact Britannica or Britannia, and that Bryantica was probably a copyist's error. Claudius, when he claimed to have acquired the Orcades, gave his son the surname of Britannicus in consequence. Thiso answers to the situation of Doriscus as described so fully by Herodotus, only the place names have changed owing to their occupation for so long by Norsemen and Scythians, who probably gave Thiso its name after their war god Thor, or Dor. It has a strong stream, the Thiso River, which empties into Thiso Bay, but Castletown, a small busy town 5 miles east of Thiso, answers better to the site of Doriscus. The ancient castle may originally have been that erected by Darius. Many prehistoric ruins of castles exist in this region. The remarkable characteristic of this part of Caithness and, as already stressed, of Stromness and Orkney, is the presence of a series of former almost chessboard-like straight and cross roads, indications of a once considerable population in these now deserted parts. From Thiso to Castletown and from the latter for a further 2 miles at least southwards along the direct road to Wick on the east coast, are indications of a great number of main roads with crossroads diverging towards the shores and centered around Castletown. Furthermore, the route between that town and Wick, a distance of almost 21 miles, shows indications of former habitations in the same way, though more spread about, as though a suburb of a large, ghostly city. Wick, the county town, presents a similar indication of a series of crossroads stretching for over 8 miles northwards along the coast, and Wick itself extending some 2 miles inland. Again, in the northeast coastal area, from the small town of Dunnet to St. John's Point, are all the indications of another town of size. All this region, be it added, is studded with pigs' houses or brocks. There are literally dozens in this part of the world, all erected as both fortress and dwelling. They may represent what Herodotus describes as Sumerian castles. The Pictish Broch or Tower at Mousa, in the Shetlands, about 100 feet high, shaped like a dice cup and containing apartments reached by a circular stair which ran to the top, and the Broch at Buha in the Orkneys, 40 feet in diameter and with walls 12 feet thick at the foundations, are characteristic of many. Some others are underground pyx houses, cone-shaped, as near Kirkwall. Orkney, which rise as green mounds above the surface, some built of uncemented stone and apparently used as places of refuge. The strange thing is that such have not been traced outside Britain, and their ghostly presence further denotes a considerable population in the prehistoric age, but they were depopulated by the Great Catastrophe and subsequent climatic changes. Caithness also possesses the greatest number of cromlechs, or stone altars, in Britain, these belonging to the same age as the refuge caves or weems. In most situations, says Wise, who made a close study of these dwellings, little stone houses were built underground. Middens show that they were inhabited in the Bronze Age. 116 The name of Caithness may give some idea of their owners or founders. Professor Waddell, in his search for the origins of Aryan civilization, claims that Caithness and Sutherland were named Caitiff, land of the cat, the lion breed, and as Catti, or Catti, or Cassie, whose chief was called Dyhook Cat, the Duke, or Dukes of the tribe, a title formerly borne by Earls and Dukes of Sutherland. He traces their origin to the Shetlands and thinks their capital was originally at Lunesting, on the northeast of the Shetland mainland, with a headland named Caithness. Caithness, he says, was derived from Cata or Cattiness, nose of the cat, the Kattegat, entrance to the Baltic, was the gate of the cat. 117. Waddell goes farther than this to trace their origins. They were, according to his researches, the old ruling race of Syrophoenicia, known in the Old Testament as Hittites or Hittites, and were the Ari or Arya, the noble ones, the men of renown, the true Aryans. They were tall, fair-complexioned, blue-eyed, wore Phrygian caps and boots with turned-up toes, and were related to the Goths. 118 Goths or Geti they might be, properly Scythians, the race of Magog, according to the early Scandinavian writer Johann Magnus, who says that King Sven ruled over the Goder in Sweden shortly before the flood. Descended from the original Thracian or 116 Thomas A. Wise, Paganism in Caledonia, p. 10. 117 Waddell. 118 Ibid, p. 6. Titan stock, they called themselves Goth, cfr word God, like the Chaldeans, the Kelida, children of God, whose hierarch was the Gad or God, to whom Moses referred in the highest terms. And he provided there, in the portion of the lawgiver, was he seated, and he came with the heads of the people, he executed the justice of the Lord, and his judgments with Israel. 119. The Gad executed his judgments from the Chaldees, otherwise Samos of Thrace, Orkney. From these self-same parts originated the tribe known in the scriptures as Hate or Hittites, who became the Macedonians. Northern Scotland, nowadays relatively unproductive due to its extensive wild mountain ranges and the deterioration in climate, offers little comparison with the prehistoric ages. Caithness possesses nearly 439,000 acres, of which only 1/4 are productive. Most of the soil is bare, moorland or forest. A number of cattle and hardy sheep are reared in spite of the chilly climate and insufficient sunshine, but contrast with this what it must have been in a pristine age when these bare spaces were fruitful, where today ghostly indications of former streets, lanes, squares, and the surviving dwellings intimate an age of activity and importance when Theseus' parts might well have been described as the very hub of the universe. In Xerxes' time its power had greatly waned, although we know from Herodotus and Thucydides that Thrace had formerly many important cities. Thrace declined after the destruction of Samothrace, and Macedonia, south of the Moray Firth, in due time became the paramount world power, after the overthrow of Persia. The true site of Thermopylae. To an extent, we may trace the maneuvers of Xerxes in this expedition to overthrow Athens, which took place shortly before the 119 Deuteronomy 33:21. The pronunciation of Gad was probably with a long A as in guard. The English tongue may have originated in these parts, for the name Thrace may be derived from the race. Achaean destruction of Babylon. As he marched his vast conscript army westward through Thrace and Macedonia, his fleet sailed round the coast to seek battle with the Greeks, and eventually it reached the western highlands and Hebrides. Having passed through the Aegean Sea, probably so named after the monster Aegeos, hence the Isle of Ike, the fleet proceeded to the Strait of Euripus, Sound of Mole, situated between Euboea, Mole, and the Magnesian coast of Thessaly, Morven. Hearing that the Athenian ships were cruising round the mouth of the Peneus, Loch Linhey, and the Firth of Lorn, 120, the Persians sent a strong squadron round Euboea to force them into the Euripus, where the main Persian fleet was waiting to entrap them. This strategy was defeated by a severe gale in that stormy sea, which drove the Persian ships off Euboea upon the reefs, in which the entire squadron was wrecked about the hollows of Euboea. 121 The hollows agree with the notoriously dangerous Tauran rocks off the southern shore of Mole. The Athenians advanced nevertheless against the Persian fleet, being superior sailors and knowing their home waters, but after indecisive actions they retreated southward to Salamis, and the Persians sailed up the Peneus River, Loch Linhey, anchored near Thermopylae, pass of Glencoe, and were permitted by Xerxes to view the scene of the epic fight where Leonidas and his army had died to a man defending the pass. Here is one more sidelight on this war. When Xerxes was yet in Macedonia, in the region of Inverness, from whence he could espy the Olympus Mountains, Loch Haber range, he was taken in a galley to view the scene of the Deucalion deluge, the flood of Noah, and, observing the gorge between Olympus, Ben Nevis, Pelion, Craig Magade, and Ossa, probably Aeonic Beak, 122, he observed. Nothing more is needed than to turn the river upon their lands by an embankment which should fill the gorge and force the stream. 120 The Riddle of Prehistoric Britain, pp 94, 98, 101, 142. 121 Herodotus 8, 15. 122 Ben Nevis, Scotland's highest peak, was the original Mount Olympus. Pelion answers to Craig Magade, 3,700 feet, where the Spey rises and where the rivers divide, some going east like the Spey, and others west like the Spean, as was said of Pelion. Ossa corresponds with Aeonic Beak, 3,646 feet, on the south of the Spean. From its present channel, and lo, all Thessaly except the mountains would at once be laid under water. 123. This is entirely in accordance with the terrain around Ben Nevis, and in descending from Loch's Ness and Lochie, Xerxes would sight the gorge through which runs the river Spean, falling into the Lochie River at Mucamur Falls, surrounded on either side and hemmed in by high mountains, their flanks marked by what are termed parallel roads, actually sea beaches, mentioned earlier, from 1,278 feet above sea level at Glen Glowy visible from Loch Lochie, to various levels of 1,140 feet, 1,059 feet, and 847 feet. Geki, the eminent geologist, held views similar to those held by Xerxes some 300 years earlier. Geki was of the opinion that immense glaciers may have held up the waters, but he could not account for their presence. He was unaware that they related to the flood of Deucalion or Noah. The significance of the visit of Xerxes is that he could not have gone secretly in a galley from Macedonia to Thessaly in the present Greece except by the open sea, risking capture or worse, yet he went safely by water to spy out the terrain. The classic map of Thessaly in fact completely fails to meet the circumstances. Mount Olympus is placed at the extreme north of Thessaly, as is correct of Ben Nevis in Argyllshire, the true Thessaly, but Mount Pindus is put in the extreme west, whereas Aristotle states that the deluge occurred west of Pindus 124 and Thermopylae is given the very south of Thessaly, with the Pindus range to its northwest, over 60 miles distant as the crow flies, whereas these mountains lay to its east. Xerxes obviously saw the traces of the deluge in the parallel roads, for the topography applies completely to the western highlands and in no single respect to the modern Greece. The same contention applies equally to the pass of Thermopylae, for the terrain indicates that it could only relate to the dread pass of 123 Herodotus 7, 130. Also the riddle of prehistoric Britain, pp 89 to 103, 133 to 4. 124 Aristotle, Meteorologica, I, 14. Glencoe, and at once explains how the Persian ships could have sailed up the Peneus River, Loch Linhi, to the Gulf of Melis, Loch Leven, whereas in modern Greece it is 70 miles distant from the Gulf of Melis. In western Scotland, the Spian, cf. Peneus, runs rapidly through the great mountain basin of the Loch Haber Range, swelled in times of spate by the waters of dozens of highland burns, swirls through the Mucomber Falls, and then, after uniting its waters with the widening river called the Lochie, both merge into the river Loch Linhi, upper and lower point 125. After coursing through Inverlochie Glen, the stream reaches Loch Leven, formerly Melly, now Kilmally, the church of Melly, answering to the Gulf of Melis, on whose southern shore lies the entrance into the pass of Glencoe. It can therefore be readily understood how and why the Persians, from the western shores, could sail 22 miles or so from the mouth of Loch Linhi to the Gulf of Melis, Loch Leven, to inspect Thermopylae, and how Xerxes, from the other end, could sail down from the direction of Loch Ness to inspect the marks of the Deucalion deluge on the mountain flanks. But not by other means. At the mouth of Thermopylae the Hellenes had erected a fort or wall of loose stones and narrowed down the entrance to fit only 2 men at a time, and, as Herodotus tells us, they were prepared to defend it to a man. Leonidas held the enemy here at bay until a man of Trachis showed the enemy another very rough pass by which means they took the Spartans in the rear. Examination of the gorge of Glencoe from the southern end of Loch Leven confirms the fact that a few resolute men could hold the pass there against a multitude, as was known to the hero Leonidas and his followers. This other pass, called Aenopia by Herodotus, was rough climbing, steep, and rarely used. Here the Spartan king had placed 1,000 Phocians, but when these saw masses of Persians clambering up the gully's sides, they became panic-stricken and fled. The Aenopia pass may be sought. 125 by a change of the first letter, Linhi becomes Pinhi, or Peneus, the change in name, Espian and Linhi, being possible due to the known difference in dialect between the Macedonians and the Hellenes. The riddle of prehistoric Britain, p. 94. In the narrow, steep, and rugged defile, much nearer to Kinloch Leven, which if climbed from its eastern side could cut off defenders at the mouth of Glencoe like rats in a trap. Its Gaelic name is Anacoir Uther Pig, and it is also known to many as the Devil's Staircase. Once through the pass of Thermopylae all roads were open to Xerxes, Phocis, Locris, the Peloponnesus, and Athens. One road lay past Doris, a tiny area not over 3½ miles in circumference, which led to Achaia and Locris, Durer, to this day a strip of alluvial land bordering on Loch Linhi. The Achaeans 126, a brave, chivalrous, but sporadic clan, were congregated along the banks of the Peneus in the present Applin and Benderloch region, between Durer and Dunstafnage Castle. There were the roads open to Delphi and Athens, Dumbarton, at the mercy of the enormous armament brought by the Persian king. But this much must suffice. I have said enough perhaps to convince some at least of my readers that these heroic and important events took place in bonny Scotland, to which country the world owes a debt of freedom it can never repay. Of Xerxes' subsequent march to Delphi, and how he captured Athens, and how the indomitable Athenians held out and fought him grimly until his fleet was routed at Salamis and Xerxes retired, terrified that he be cut off at the Hellespont, leaving his general, Mardonius, to extricate his army out of the mess, is a story often recounted and needs no new pen. I simply prescribe a new geographical outlook on those events, but I shall show elsewhere how and why there are the strongest reasons to believe that the ancient city of Dumbarton, with its rocky acropolis, was the classic Athens 127 up to a period. It is a romance indeed, in which tribal wars and the steady deterioration of climate played their part. It is sufficient to add now that, after his disastrous defeat at Salamis, Xerxes fled from Greece in a mighty haste. He is supposed to have 126 Ed note, cf. Celtic Eocade, horseman. Circa 220 BC, at the time of Philopoemen, the Achaeans were regarded as superior horsemen. 127 Appendix C. Crossed the Hellespont again, but even Herodotus is not sure of his movements, though he apparently left hurriedly in a single galley from Abdera in Mygdonia, a part of Macedonia. Abdera lay on the river Nessus or Nestus, and Inverness, on the Ness, may have been built on the site of this once flourishing port on the way to the Hellespont. It was very soon after his ignominious flight from Hellas that Xerxes hastened to Babylon, still smarting under the heavy defeat he had suffered, his purpose being to indemnify himself for his heavy losses, to recover his waning prestige, and partly out of zeal to establish the Zoroastrian or Mosaic faith. By reconstructed topography, such a course to reach Babylon, York, conveniently by sea would have been a simple process. From there he later took a ship to Sardis, which may be placed as in the Saarbrück region of the Rhine. Consider the orthodox idea as taught in the schools. To have led his forces to Babylon via Sardis, taking the accepted sites, would have entailed a journey of almost 600 miles from the alleged Mygdonia in Thrace, via the Hellespont, to Lydia in Asia Minor, and thence onward to Babylon a further 850 miles at least, or a total of over 1,450 miles. It is an incredible acceptance of marches to lead armed forces that distance even if they had the commissariat, and it would have occupied an immense amount of time, whereas Xerxes, without taking a rest, actually entered Babylon with little delay in order to restore his damaged prestige. 128. Arrived in Babylon without dispute, he destroyed the temples with fire and utterly laid low the vast temple of Bel, leaving in its place a huge mass of stone, rubble, and dust. He laid hands on the immense treasure stored therein, including solid golden images valued at over 61,000 gold talents, probably worth over 20 million pounds at the present valuation, and took it away to offset his defeat in Greece. 129. 128 About a century ago Sardis was thus described. The site of the once proud capital of Lydia is now green and flowery, a scene of desolation with the exception of a few mud huts which shelter some Turkish herdsmen. Lawson, Scripture Gazetteer, 2, p. 405. 129 William Whiston, the translator of Josephus, estimated a gold talent at near 650 pounds when he was writing. Ed note, Comines Beaumont was writing in the 1950s. While in Babylon he extended his patronage to the prophet Ezra, who then went to Jerusalem with a big following. Josephus describes Ezra. There was now in Babylon a righteous man and one that enjoyed a great reputation among the multitude. He was the principal priest among the people, the Jews, and his name was Esdras. He was very skillful in the laws of Moses and was well acquainted with King Xerxes. 130. Xerxes had written to the various governors of Syria instructing them to give Ezra all aid his return to Jerusalem. Ezra read this to the Jews in Babylon, and sent a copy of it to those beyond Euphrates, including the 10 tribes beyond Euphrates, an immense multitude and not to be estimated by numbers. 131. It throws a sidelight on past events, for Josephus goes on to say that Ezra had gathered those across the Euphrates not far distant, but as regarded the remainder of the 10 tribes, he told the king that God would preserve them, and did not request horsemen or escort to bring them. They were seemingly settled in the present Romania or thereabouts. 132. The Persian tyrant, having thus sacked Babylon and destroyed the famous temple of Bel with other pagan temples and shrines, went on his way. From this period the city declined further. Her walls had been largely thrown down, she was despoiled of her riches, strength, and resources, and was compelled to pay heavy tribute. So little wonder her former population drifted elsewhere, and we hear no more of Great Babylon until Alexander the Great. 130 Josephus, Antiquities, 11, 5, 1. 131 Ibid, 5, 2. 132 Ezra explains elsewhere about the 10 tribes of Israel, carried away by Shalmaneser, who took them over the waters, but that they went into a farther country where never mankind dwelt. He says, they entered into Euphrates by the narrow passages of the river. Through that country there was a great way to go, namely of a year and a half, and the same regions called Arsareth. 2 Esdras 13, 40-45. This is thought to be the Sareth River in Romania, separated from Hungary by the Carpathian Mountains. Shalmaneser carried others away into Assyria, and placed them in Hala and in Eber, by the river of Gozan, Uz, and in the cities of the Medes. 2 Kings 17:6. Chapter 6.
not fulfill provide to